keep in mind. crowd leaving early and being smaller than it used to be. So Tyler, here, this, of course, a big moment last night, but we still got nearly 2 months for the election. Talk to us about what happens next. What's next for each of these candidates?
My eardrums just got blasted. I do not know why that thing keeps on re-default. Well, it doesn't keep on. Every once in a while, we lose our settings in Restream. Good morning. That was aggressive. I had to be up. I had to be up like right now at this very moment. Good morning. Because I had to see Mika's reaction. First thing I want to see in the morning is Mika. So if you'll notice, I even cut the countdown short because I noticed that the time was hitting 5 o'clock. I want to see Mika's face right off the bat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. So I want to be unburdened by what the fuck happened last night. But no. Hair's not even dry yet, anything like that. No, I'm just like fresh up out of the shower, off the deck, mason jar of coffee, ready to go in. I think. I think. Here, we need to set some music before Mika comes on. Need to make it nice and comfortable for Mika. All right, back that up a little bit. Oh my gosh, okay, here we go.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. Yes. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance
she's part
of
success.
The problem. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this.
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my
they
dog
have
was
people
taken
coming in.
and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm taking it from the city manager.
Oh, but they'll take January 6th from television, won't they?
Again, the Springfield city manager
I'm not
says
taking
there's
this
no
from
evidence of that.
television.
Vice
Okay.
President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
Stop laughing about this shit, bitch.
One of the most talked about moments from last night's debate, the former president repeating a false, unhinged claim, which his campaign has promoted, that immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, are eating people's pets.
Eating dogs. Yeah.
And moments after the debate ended, another huge headline.
Joe likes it. Do you see that? Like, look on his face. He likes it. And then they bring this bitch out.
Endorses Vice President Kamala Harris.
Nobody
Churchill would
cares.
say, Willie, it's not the beginning of the end, it's into the beginning. But I don't know, with Taylor, maybe it is the beginning of the end. For Donald Trump, you know, I've got to say, our job is to analyze the debate last night. But I must say that, you know, one of the phrases, the catchphrases that have come up this election cycle has been sane washing. And you have mainstream people, mainstream media people that are trying their best to mold Donald Trump into a Bob Dole-like character, somebody that they can analyze as if he's any other candidate, as if this is any other election, as if last night was any other debate. It just wasn't. You had one candidate that was completely unhinged, just completely off his rocker. He looked badly. He looked old. He looked disconnected from reality. He looked
Have you looked in the mirror?
He kept repeating the same things over and over again. Made no sense. There was no preparation.
Good morning. Good morning. I see you. I'm not gonna. I've decided I'm not gonna I'm not gonna say people's names when I see them coming in behind the scenes. I'm just gonna say good morning.
To say
because maybe some people just want to lurk.
Well,
maybe some people just want to lurk.
Ill-prepared presidential candidates we have ever seen in one of these debates. One of the angriest. The
copium. It's like mainline copium first thing in the morning.
It just the split screen.
That's because his eyes are like that.
So
You're freeze framing. Let me freeze frame where Kamala looks like she's taking a few shots to the face.
Trump every day. There's no sane washing this, and there's no normalizing this, and there's no pretending that was any other candidate, this is any other election, or that was any other debate.
Yes, Ben,
we've been encouraging people for a long time to not grade Donald Trump on a curve, to not say, well, that's what he does.
Have you been doing that for a long time? That's the first time I'm hearing you saying that.
So watch that debate last night and ask yourself if that's a person who should be back in the White House, who should be under the nuclear codes. We're going to show all of these moments, but just to summarize quickly, in addition to his claim, which was made up on the internet, and by the way, the person who took the photograph of the guy carrying the goose down the street spoke out yesterday and said,
it's more than just a goose.
Ohio. I have no idea if that guy was an immigrant, if he was Haitian or anything else. So
show it.
Debunking of that incredible
show the receipt.
When Donald
Is
Trump
it really a debunk if it's just coming
about
from your mouth?
Eating dogs, that didn't happen. He praised, when asked
about
foreign policy, praised only Viktor Orban, the authoritarian leader of Hungary. He would not say.
I mean, in my years of living, I have known this to happen from first-hand accounts.
Siding with Vladimir
it's like it's not outside the realm of possibility. Like it's very probable this is happening.
And defended the mob that desecrated the Capitol and beat up cops that day. Went back to the well even.
Well, we saw that on TV too.
Central Park 5. Said, well, actually, at the time, I mean, why go back to that? He was asked about it, but why even attempt
because he was asked about it.
Calling for the death penalty for 5 young men who ultimately were exonerated. And that was just the tip of the iceberg.
Don't believe it came out like that. Your framing is wrong.
He wants to be president of the United States again. Yeah. Watch those 90 minutes last night and ask yourself, which of those two people is more fit to be president?
Donald J. Trump, thank you very much. Amen, amen.
Again and again, unchecked. I will say that last night was validation, finally. Watching him get called out, not necessarily by the moderators, though they did make an attempt to try, although he talked over them and they didn't turn him off. But Kamala Harris was superb. She was elegant.
Oh, was she?
She was classy, but she also was joyful, and then she also went right in there and baited him over and over.
Because that's what joyful people do. That's what joyful people do. They go and bait people
every time. And I think the moment that really was the unraveling was when she invited all Americans to attend a Trump rally and to see the lies in person and to see how tired and boring the rallies are, to hear about Hannibal Lecter and other things.
Oh yeah, so tired, so boring that they just, fill venues and overflows and so boring. Yeah.
And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch.
Did she have a debate on
during
X?
The course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you,
you lie.
You deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
You are a liar.
She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase.
Yes.
Make America great again. She's destroying this country.
Look at her. Look at her. Look at her.
This country
withering.
Doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, will end up being Venezuela on steroids.
And from there on out, Joe, it just went downhill for him. He could not handle hearing that his rallies are boring and that people get up and leave.
You know, Willie, it's interesting that when you're listening to music and you're trying to really figure out what's going on in a performance, It really is always best.
Do you have a
Quincy
link?
Jones would always
Do you have a
tell
link,
people,
Sven?
if you want to know what's going on, turn your back to who's performing. Or just close your eyes.
Okay.
That's how you hear the music.
I hear it.
I would say just the opposite. If you want to get exactly where a debate's going, turn the sound off. Use your eyes. And visually, the split screens are so stark. When you do that, you see Kamala Harris.
Yeah, what I see right now
smiling,
when I turn the audio off and look at you, Joe, I see someone who's trying to convince me of something.
Going, are you really saying that? And at one moment in that bizarre exchange about dog eating, she actually looked like she was feeling sorry for the man.
Yes.
Because he was so detached from reality.
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't look at her. I mean, if you go through those 90 minutes, you probably count
Look
2
at
or 3
that.
times
So
when he even
they don't want to
glanced
talk
over.
about
Yeah,
the
he's
policies.
scowling,
They don't want to
he's
talk about
uncomfortable.
any of that right now. What they
And I
want to
think
do is they
John
want
wanted
to try to
big tells,
destroy his character,
and we've
even though we
heard from a
watched
lot of
it.
Republicans who
It's
concede
like
privately that this went just terribly for Donald Trump.
we can
And
draw
actually,
our
I
own
heard some
conclusions.
praise for
I'm
Kamala
not
Harris's
receiving what they're
performance,
laying
even from
down.
Republicans, Democrats obviously excited about it, was about 30
Oh,
minutes
wait,
into
this
the
guy,
debate, we
this
started to see
guy.
online and now on the front page of a major newspaper that it was the moderators' fault. Blame the moderators. They're ganging up because
they were
a
very
handful of
biased.
times they fact-checked Donald Trump on egregious lies. You also know that it didn't go well because Donald Trump showed up in the spin room. Donald Trump himself last night after the debate, to try to sort of reimagine what happened in that room last night. The Harris campaign calling immediately for a second debate. We'll see if there is a second debate. They feel confident about it. The Trump campaign resorting to blaming the moderators for what their candidate did in that room.
Yeah, if you're showing up in the spin room, you've lost. If you're blaming the moderators, you've lost. And Trump, we should note, was non-committal about whether he would debate Harris again. The Harris team very much say, hey, let's get a second
I'm sure
debate
that Trump would debate her again. I'm absolutely positive. I'm sure that Kamala probably will not.
The way she smiled and sort of almost mocked him at times, just looking in disbelief. I can't believe I'm sharing the stage with someone who's saying things like that. And she threw him off right at the beginning. She walked over for that handshake. He clearly didn't expect it. That set a tone for the night.
She could have been. What if she had ricin on her?
But once we went to the crowd size, once they started talking about
what if that handshake was to like transfer a toxin onto him?
In knots and to try to explain his shifting stances, but at the same time made clear that he was proud of the Supreme Court.
There we go. The
justices
poison touch.
that he nominated that overturned Roe v. Wade before falsely.
How do we know that she
all
didn't just
Americans
poison him?
wanted the issue settled by the states, and the vice president scored some points there. And there were so many moments here where she just got the best of him, and he looked old. He looked out of touch. And he looked like he was speaking, Joe, to just a small Republican ecosystem.
Okay, bitch, you look old and out of touch. How about that? If I saw you at the club, I'd be like, ugh,
but he
get away.
was asked, not just about January 6th, where he defended his actions, but he was asked about the 2020 election. And he repeatedly would not say that he lost.
And by the way, for people, again, that have to lie constantly,
like you,
trying to normalize Donald Trump,
hot call, Kettle Black.
So much they can't run away from. You know, his
That's
own
right.
campaign
Interns
staff begging him to stop lying about a stolen election. He couldn't do it. He could not say that he wanted Ukraine to be able to push back the Russian invaders. Would not say it. He would not say repeatedly whether he was going to push a national ban for abortion on American women. Would not say it. Was asked afterwards as he was leaving the debate. He would not answer that question on whether he supported a national ban or not. You go down the list. He time and time again would not say he did anything wrong on January 6th. Again, there was nothing normalized about him. His performance was absolutely terrible, and there were many people who actually dared to say the truth. It was the worst debate performance in history. And you had a lot of Trump supporters on Twitter, in the media, saying it was one of the worst debate performances they ever saw. And they could blame ABC all they wanted to. Blaming those two? You can't get past that?
No.
Seriously?
Blaming those two?
I mean, is he that bad? He's going to take on dictators all over the world and can't handle.
He has
before. Eating cats in Springfield, Ohio? I mean, seriously.
Right out of the box on Fox News, Britt Hume said she won hands down. There's no other way to look at it.
Britt Hume's paragon of excellence.
But there was nowhere to go.
They have nothing.
Also with us, U.S. Special Correspondent for BBC News, Katty Kay.
Of course. Oh, what the hell is that? This guy right here. This guy right here. This. Oh, you can't see my cursor. You know which guy I'm talking about. The third one in. Oh my gosh, weird.
President Obama, and he ran his 2012 re-election campaign. And in Philadelphia, NBC News national affairs analyst and a partner and chief political columnist at Puck, John Heilman.
So let's go around the table. Why don't we start? Anybody who's won a Pulitzer Prize? Pulitzer Prize winner Gene Robinson with the Washington Post. Your thoughts?
So, Kamala Harris from the beginning. The opening minute was the alpha female on that stage. First of all, I mean, she
was the only female on that stage.
The debate, such as it was, and she got her points across. While at the same time, she knew exactly what buttons to push to bring the insanity out of Donald Trump. The crowd size.
Is that what you do?
John McCain.
Yeah.
Just
being a disgrace. Military leaders calling him a disgrace.
A disgrace. Using that word disgrace.
You mean the disgraced military people, the people who really aren't of much substance. Consider the source.
The most comprehensive beatdown I have ever seen on a debate stage, and I'm including the Trump-Biden debate. Biden beat himself, really.
Yeah.
I mean, Donald Trump didn't do it. But it was just, I mean, if there were a mercy rule, it would have been called after the first half hour, 45 minutes.
It would have been called very, very early. Let's play a clip right now on abortion. Here we go.
Yes, let's play that clip, please. What is it?
Well, the reason
Good
I'm
morning,
doing that vote is
Larkin.
because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote.
There is no
that was
state
Northrop,
in this country
wasn't it?
where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Pretty sure that was Northrop.
Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade. As President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Okay.
It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it.
He just wouldn't answer that on the veto.
And through that answer, he keeps lying. And
how is that
Harris
lying?
just very plainly put out there, Katty K, the bitter truth that what Trump has done to women's health in America is monstrous. And she very eloquently, very clearly
just
put out
that.
there what
We
is
put
happening
it back
in
with the
doctors'
50
offices
states
and
where it
emergency
belongs.
rooms across the country, thanks to him.
Yeah, I thought in a night of strong answers, that was her strongest. And when I was listening to it at a time, I marked that one down. She started with a...
Okay, I just have to, I'm so done with this whole narrative of like, oh, he hurt women's reproductive freedoms and stuff like that. Took one flavor that deals in termination and reproduction, what have you, okay? And instead of leaving it all in one location, in the bureaucracy of DC or what have you, instead of leaving it to one main decision making, where at any time, there could be a change to one federal rule, a executive order, given, by the way, which if you leave your reproductive freedoms and rights in the hands of one agency, all it takes is one edict. And next thing you know, you've got reproduction restrictions. Next thing you know, you've got, oh, are you having a certain gender child or sex child? Sorry, languages and the coffee is coming in. Kill it. Think about China. I mean, the things that we've seen in other countries and such, where they run eugenics programs and stuff. It is much safer to have 50 flavors of reproductive care. I think some of you have heard me say this before. Maybe some of you haven't. It is my belief that it is safer to have 50 flavors of reproductive care and such, rather than leaving it all in the hands, quote unquote hands, of some faceless bureaucracy, which might just have its own agenda. So I'd rather take the 50 chance option versus the one ultimatum. Thank you very much. We've already seen what happens with COVID. It's like they always want to like talk about like it's a woman's right to choose bodily autonomy and stuff like that. Yet we've seen how the federal aspects of the government operate when they want to go and do something to you medically. So don't tell me that, you might be carrying a baby inside of you, and then the government goes and says, oh, well, we've got a population, whatever. We don't want that one to be born. It's like, is it so far-fetched to believe that the government could do that after what we've seen over the past couple of years here? Is that really so hard to imagine? I'm not trying to convince you of anything like that. I'm entertaining this thought, though, that it's not outside the realm of possibility that if they were willing to do that to us, who says that they wouldn't, who says that they wouldn't just go and torment some woman for like, wanting to have a baby, but it doesn't match the criteria of what the government considers acceptable in the moment. I mean, fuck. Okay, onward. And by the way, good morning, Wasamatu. Good morning, Serpentine. Good morning, Ben Q-Lurkin. Good morning, Sven K. And to whomever else is coming in the background, I'm not going to say good morning directly when you come in, even though I can see your names in the background. I realized after the fact, I was like, what if I wanted to lurk and someone just cold busted me? I was like, I've been so rude. I thought I was being friendly. Nah, that's just rude. But it was with the best intentions. So there you go. Let's continue this stuff. I feel like I'm getting a little bit AIDSy. All right, here we go. Where's my cursor? All right, there it is.
Started with a policy, she took it to the personal, she turned it back to Donald Trump. I would have loved for her to have had the opportunity to push him again on his response to those women who are bleeding out in emergency rooms or who are the victims of incest, or the young kids who've had to be moved across border lines, and he managed to duck that. But it was a very powerful moment. So my colleague...
Okay, I'm sorry. I just have to pause again because, let's see, over here Serpentine says, good morning, Kevin. The sound of Kamala's voice makes me want to dig around in the backyard. Kamala lied and put Trump on defense most of the debate. Trump handled it well, but she's still super pissed me off. Well, she's pissed off. If you were pissed off, let me trust and believe. Kamala was quite pissed off. I mean, she really got called out on like several things like that. Now, Trump could have handled some situations a little bit better. All right. No lie and no prisoners. Okay, just keeping it 100 here. I really, really wish that Trump would have went in. However, as we saw last night, they threw some chaos in when they weren't handling the environment and the atmosphere of the debate. It's like Trump is very, very sharp and he's able to like move. He's able to move with this stuff. Kamala kept on like defaulting. Oh, am I being fair? Am I being fair? Kamala, she tried to give the appearance of someone who is sensible, except for the fact that she's got the history, which we had to see and experience. Well, some of us did. I don't know if everyone here did, but I was juxtaposing what if I knew nothing about Kamala versus what I know now. And I'm thinking to myself, if I didn't know Kamala Harris, like if I didn't know like what she had done, but then again, I'm thinking, okay, if I were back on the progressive left, would I be voting for Kamala? I'm going to think on that for a bit because the part of me that's in reality here has seen what she's done. And I definitely will not vote for her because I'm aware of what's going on. I'm thinking, no, I probably would. If I were on the progressive left, I probably would vote for her because I wouldn't be aware of what's happening. I mean, I think, no, definitely, because if I were on the progressive left and became aware, like I did, because that's my past, my reality, became aware of what was happening, woke up and was like, what the hell are we doing? And then moved off the plantation. All right. I'm sorry, I'm being distracted now because my husband's an asshole and can't keep the dogs quiet. I'll be right back.
That, but it was a very powerful moment. Some of my colleagues were with swing voters, and several of them said that that was the moment where they felt that they were going to turn for Kamala Harris. I mean, part of the problem is that Donald Trump's answers, it does turn out that if you are going to do a debate for the presidency of the United States, it's worth prepping. Yeah. And he didn't prep, and that showed time and again during the course of this debate. It wasn't that there weren't moments for him during the debate. There were moments. He could have pushed harder on Afghanistan. He could have pushed harder on the administration's record on prices and affordability. He just didn't do it. I mean, there were openings for him to take something, and he hadn't prepped, and that was so obvious.
I think it started to freak him out.
He just didn't know how to make his points.
But again, let's not whitewash history. He's never prepped for anything. His staffers said they couldn't even put a one-pager in front of him in the White House. Because he wouldn't read it. And so he's not going to prep. He never was going to prep. He wasn't capable of prepping, and he doesn't care about learning the issues. He does not know them. He is as shallow and vacuous as anybody that's ever stepped onto a debate stage. And it showed. So talk about that, but also that last answer. You said while that clip was being played, that her answer on abortion would be one in the future that candidates would be shown.
Absolutely. 30 years from now, people will show those clips of Kamala Harris ripping him apart on abortion as the prototypical example of how to do this. The substance, the passion, looking straight at him, making it very personal. Your story about the emergency rooms. You could see swing voters moving. We have not seen an evisceration like this in modern American political history. The Washington Post uncommitted.
You call that an evisceration?
92% of uncommitted voters said she won that debate. Joe, you and I couldn't get 92% of Americans to agree on free beer.
No.
Like it is unbelievable what that was and how they did it, and you continue.
I don't
want
to drink what he's drinking because look at him.
The Harris campaign kept saying, "We're going to bait him. We're going to bait him." The very first time she did, he just on crowd sizes, he collapsed. He went into the worst version of him, the version that every swing voter was worried existed. He just proved it over and over again. The debate was over on those two moments: abortion and crowd sizes. The rest was just a victory lap.
Yeah, Willie.
There's no question that was a pivotal moment. She knew exactly what she was doing, planting that seed about crowds leaving his rallies. The thing that's most important to him, crowd size, completely set him off. And as many people noted last night, that became then a rally version of Donald Trump, which is to say, talking about these obscure subjects that the average normie voter, as we like to call them here, who has
now you use the term normie?
What is he talking about? I don't even know. I don't understand what he's getting at here. So, John Heilman, you're there.
Yeah, I hear you guys saying normie so much.
What was the sense of things from both the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign afterward?
Well, good morning. And Joe talked before about how you watch something, an old political consultant's trick, which is to watch debates with the sound off, and you can get a lot on the visual there. That's true, and it definitely was the case watching this debate. I'll tell you what else you could watch with the sound off.
Watch the debates with the sound off so you can make an interpretation.
The activity in the spin room, where the Trump forces were dejected, defeated, deflated, dispirited. I posted a photo last night of Matt Gaetz and Stephen Miller coming in a few minutes before Donald Trump came into the spin room that went wildly viral on Twitter because they looked like sort of saggy road. It was like a shot of kind of this is what defeat looks like, folks. These people who've been talking about Donald Trump before the debate, like he's Muhammad Ali, he's the greatest.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
He's done it more than anybody else ever. He's going to wipe the floor with her. There will be surprises. Jason Miller said she won't know what hit her, and they looked like they had their dogs and cats.
Yeah, bitch. So he's such a loser. That's why you're talking over him instead of actually you show the audio. I mean, you show the video, but you won't let us listen to the audio of what he was saying, bitch, because you know what he was saying. And it's completely contrary to your narrative that you're trying to overwrite reality with. It's like, you bunch of copium addicts, you bunch of assholes. Let me tell you something. Deception. Yes, the farce is strong on MSDNC. That is true. All right, let's see what happened over here. Good morning to Barry Dillon. And let's see. I saw one other person. Ranger Billy, good morning. Good morning. All right, so let's see. Just looking at the chats. She ran after the debate. She didn't stick around. It's like, that's just it, too. It's like, oh, Donald Trump was in the spin room. Well, where was Kamala? Why wasn't she in the spin room? Oh, yeah, she had to get her ass out of there. Go and get herself some curry. All right, and play. Probably had the runs.
Eaten over the course of that debate. It's also the case, I will tell you that I can report definitively.
You know, I really hope that the families of the people who had the pets who have been ripped up and stuff, because these people do not just properly dispatch an animal humanely. I mean, these animals get tormented, and these people are like laughing about it. It's absolutely, they're enablers. They're just enabling this stuff. Turn a blind eye. Don't be wary of it going on or anything like that. Just Just, it's not happening. It's not happening. It most certainly is happening. And what was this over here? I saw somebody say something about like leaving the left takes a lot of therapy. It's like, where did I see that? How to get away with calling abortion healthcare? Where? Oh yeah, here we go. From What's the Matter Tao? What's the matter you? Oh, that's what it means. What's the matter you? Okay. Not many people can move off the progressive left without intense therapy. Sometimes that intense therapy is just noticing something. I mean, and then that's when the real fun begins. That intense therapy is that first noticing, and then it just cascades from there. All right, and Lord Tay, greetings. Good morning. Good morning. All right, onward with the AIDS.
Definitively, that there is one point of agreement inside the Trump war room and the Harris war room.
What was that?
Where both of those war rooms were looking at their dial groups in real time last night. The dial groups that the campaigns are looking at last night showed the same thing, that in real time, the undecided voters that they were looking at, Harris crushed Trump throughout the night. I mean, David Plouffe and David Binder are not champagne cork popping kind of guys. I'm not suggesting they actually popped any champagne corks last night, but their attitude was that of metaphorical champagne poppers last night. And people in the Trump war room last night were popping something different, which I think might have been Klonopin or Maalox, one of the two. It was an overwhelming sense of what happened last night. The floor got wiped out.
What the hell was that?
I have coming out this morning, Slaughterhouse 45, okay? It was, as Gene said, as thorough a demolishment, a decimation of a candidate as I've ever seen. Whether it's going to affect the outcome of the election or not, guys, I don't know. The vote is very inelastic. Whether they're going to see movement in the polls, I don't know. But I'll tell you this. The Harris campaign they had a number of strategic objectives here. One of them was the further introduction of her to a lot of voters who still think they need to know more about her. They did some work on that last night. But the most important thing they did last night, and I heard this from donors and senior campaign people, from the Democrats, elected Democrats all over the country, which was, this is a test of plausibility. This was a test where she had to stand up and
not plausible.
90 minutes where she looked like, I can picture that person as the president of the United States.
Nope.
And that test she passed with flying colors. That's the thing that Bill Clinton, that Barack Obama, they said your first debate, presidential debate, that's what you're trying to do, is you're trying to establish that you can command the stage. And
she
what
didn't
remember is command. Who are people going to remember about who commanded this first debate?
Command like a dictator.
And the last thing I'll say, Donald Trump, when he attacked her, as key a moment as the dogs and cats moment was,
what
look
attack?
At the thing that he did at the end of the speech, when he said, finally, in the 86th minute of a 90-minute debate, he finally did the thing he was supposed to do from the very beginning, which was say, you are Joe Biden. You're wedded to his policies. It took him 86 minutes to say it, and then he said it in such a clumsy way that she was able to just knock it back with the hand.
No, he got his point across.
I'm obviously not Joe Biden, sir.
Yeah, that's really a comeback.
That was one of the things he was supposed to do here. Say, she has his record. She has to own his economic policies. He took him 86 minutes to remember that. It was a little bit...
Oh my gosh, this guy thinks that pulling a Derek Zoolander is an own. Well, I'm not Joe Biden. It's like, no shit. It's like, use some freaking intellect. Oh my gosh, it wasn't even that high. It wasn't even that highbrow intellect. It's like, I find them very, very insulting to the general public. Those kind of comments like, well, I'm not this, I'm not that. It's like, do you not know what metaphor is? It's like, have you no education to understand the nuance of the situation, take the context, and realize that what he's doing is he is trolling a you. You stupid Hindi bitch. Ugh. Anyway, let's see. Yes. What does that say? Yes. Okay.
It was a little bit like the way Joe Biden kind of forgot how to frame the debate the first time around in Atlanta.
Was that a microphone that just flew into the top?
This debate mirrored that one. And to, Joe, your point about the split screens, boy, the split screen with Kamala Harris did to Donald Trump last night. What the split screen with Donald Trump did to Joe Biden in Atlanta.
Yes.
And that's not good for Donald Trump.
Who would have guessed that we would have had two of the most momentous presidential debates in the past few months when, of course, usually we sit here and that debates don't matter to me.
Yeah, with two different people.
The last two debates have mattered a great deal. We'll see
who would have thought that would have happened just
initial word from both camps. The dial groups were overwhelmingly supportive of Harris. I will say, too, yesterday I talked about style. Most of these debates come down to style. Kamala Harris, and we'll keep talking about this on the other side of the break, I thought it was brilliant in the midst of all of that madness. She kept going back to issues that mattered the most to Americans as far as her framing. She talked about first-time homebuyers. She kept coming back to it. We have a tax break for first-time homebuyers. We're going to help you. And if you're a small business owner. And see, this is.
We also have a glut of demand for homes. Thank you to the same people, being Kamala Harris and Joseph Robinette Biden, by providing us with millions upon millions of people who don't belong here, definitely don't belong here legally, going and seeking, shelter, residence. And we did not have the infrastructure to support that, which also increases home prices because the supply of homes is not as great as the demand. So going and turning around and using taxpayer money in order to give a social program to first-time home buyers is not exactly cool, considering that your regime caused the problem. So I'd much rather see you flayed than see people getting freaking social programs. I'd much rather you pay with your own flesh on this one. I have a sauce recipe that is very, very rich in deliciousness, and I'm sure that anyone who enjoys a good tandoori would agree. All right, onward. Because I know Mika would eat that cannibal tandoori. Look at that lizard bitch. I love her so much.
And see, this is something that's so important because Democrats have always been painted as tax and spend Democrats. And you can talk about taxing billionaires and everything else, but that always has to be countered with what Kamala Harris is doing more effectively than any Democrat I've ever seen running on the national stage. And she's talking about we need tax cuts for small business owners. We need tax cuts for entrepreneurs. We need tax
She's not talking about how it's going to be paid.
That message
how do you fund that?
Through. And that's a message that cuts through in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, as well as in Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, with people on the edge going, well, is she a tax and spend Democrat? Wait a second, I've got a small business. I'll take the $50,000 tax break because I really need it, because I'm growing my business. I'm hiring customers. I'm hiring people. I'm getting more customers. And here you have somebody that's not saying, hey, small business owner, I'm from the government. Here are 12 more OSHA regulations.
Right.
I'm from the federal government. Here are 10 more new taxes. No, this is somebody saying, let me be president.
Open things up for you.
And I'm going to give you a break as a small business owner. And she didn't say it once.
I'm going to give you a break as a small business owner, and then I'm going to price fix. And then I'm going to fix your prices so you can't even be competitive. So if another shop sells your product, both of them are going to be at the same value when it comes to the end. Whoever pays for it at the end. It's like, let me help you out, small business, so then I can get into your business. Because as Kamala Harris will be, she'll be all up in people's business, not regulating for quality, not regulating for safety or any of that stuff, but just making sure that those businesses stay right where she wants them to be. The end of free market. Fuck that so much. And then putting it on the backs of, what is going on over here? Thank you so much, guys. I can see you guys in the background. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm just gonna let this play because now I'm realizing that those alerts kind of derail me so early in the morning. All right, so I'll continue here.
And she didn't say it once. She kept going back to it over and over again. And that's an important thread that ran through this debate.
We have a lot more ahead, but a lot has been talked about in terms of the coverage of these candidates. And I think at a moment like this, it's important to point out what we do here. The morning after Joe Biden's debate, we said it like it was. We all saw what we saw, and we didn't say anything otherwise than what we saw. It was brutal. He had a terrible night.
Bullshit.
It was a very hard
Bullshit.
thing
That
to
first,
do, but we
that
did it
first
because
36 hours, they ran cover.
Biden a very long time, and I said he needed to consider leaving the race.
The morning after.
No,
If you
it was the
are
second
trying
morning
to say
after.
anything but Kamala Harris was commanding in that debate, you're lying this morning. And you have to live
You're
with the
lying
fact
right
that
now,
you're gonna lose
bitch.
people. It doesn't work. People see what they see. And
Yes.
then they see lies about it. And so this will be very
I see you
strong,
lying.
important moment in terms of watching coverage. And I'm just saying you have to say it like it is. We try our best to.
We are
And
saying it
we've
like
seen
it
really
is.
bad
You are a
debate
damn
on the
lie,
Democratic
bitch.
side. We also just saw a really good one. Still ahead on Morning Joe, we'll have much more
Yes.
from last night's debate, including the moment Donald Trump said he didn't care about Kamala Harris's race, despite previously questioning her background and saying she decided to be black. The Reverend Al Sharpton will weigh in on that. Plus,
Of
presidential
course.
historian John
By the way,
Meacham.
next week, I'm going to decide to be white.
You
I'm just
are?
letting you know. Put it on
You're
the-
already white, you
John,
dumbass. What are you,
no
Jewish?
idea.
Oh my God.
John Meacham will join the conversation.
And Meacham's going to decide to be a wasp.
Yeah, exactly.
A wasp.
We'll be right back in 90 seconds.
Okay, we're just going to fast forward to that
with
point.
foreign trade, with everything. And I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had.
Jake, I didn't think I was ever going to witness a debate as devastating as the one that you and Dana moderated back in June, where Joe Biden basically tanked his reelection campaign. I think tonight was just as devastating. I think that Kamala Harris pitched a shutout. On almost every subject I can think of. She shut Trump down on abortion. She shut Trump down on January 6th and democracy. She shut him down on national security and turned to the former president and said, the military leaders who served with you think that you're a disgrace. And then, as Dana mentioned, very powerfully at the end, made the point that she is the candidate of change. And we need to turn the page from a decade of division and polarization. On substance, I think she pitched a shutout, and I think she did on style as well. I mean, the image of the debate to me is she's there happy, smiling, expressive, shaking her head in dismay at things Trump was saying. And Trump looked angry, scowling. She was looking directly at the audience. He was looking at the moderators and arguing with them. And something else.
And he was,
Donald Trump looked old tonight.
Yeah.
Make no mistake about it. Trump had a bad night. He rose to the debate repeatedly when she baited him, something I'm sure his advisors had begged him not to do. In the first debate when Biden attacked him, he just kept his cool and kept going. In this debate, he rose to debating, and we heard so many of the old grievances that we'd long thought that Trump had learned were not winners politically. She came out of this in pretty good shape. Now, how long this will last and is anybody's guess. But for tonight, at least, this was pretty much her night.
Gene Robinson, the refs have called it.
Yeah, right. I
Unanimous
mean,
TKO.
yeah.
I mean, people can be screaming in the cheap seats and blaming,
the moderator. We'll blame the moderators, right? Blame the moderators who I think interjected like 3 facts or something like that, right. To correct egregious, horrible, stupid lies.
Let
by
him
Donald
jump
Trump.
in many times.
You can just see, even in the spin room. It was probably his decision to go into the spin room. You could see how rattled he is, and he goes, "Probably my best debate." Well, yeah, obviously nobody's going to think that. He's so used to being able to sort of create his own weather, create his own reality, and it was Kamala Harris who did that last night, starting with the handshake, starting with going into his space and compelling him to shake hands with her. And I think he was off balance from that moment, to tell you the truth. Yeah. I think he realized he was not in control of anything on that stage. Right. Certainly wasn't in control of himself when she pushed his buttons. Right. It's hard to imagine how it could have gone worse for him. I suppose he could have passed out or something, but it was just as bad as you could think.
Yeah, I mean, Jim, the weirdos, insurrectionists, and freaks, as I've always called them, the people that lie for a living, trying to prop up this man. Yeah, they're struggling. The fact is that the truth is in the dial groups, as you said, but also in the reaction from Trump's campaign. He did everything they have been begging him not to do. Brit Hume was talking about it. Repeatedly, they've asked him to stay away from these hot button issues, and he even went after the dogs. I mean, seriously, just a completely unhinged performance. And again, physically, as Brit Hume said, and Chris Wallace said, he just was hunched over. He looked old.
He really did, and voters pick up on that. They understand very clearly that's the version of Donald Trump they didn't want. She did two other things last night that I think are more crucial. The first is she passed the commander-in-chief test. She had to pass that test.
I have to ask, because you guys know I was AFK, away from the keys. When he mentioned that Donald Trump was all hunched over, did Mika go like this and straighten her back up? Because you'll catch Mika in the slump every once in a while, and she'll throw her shoulders back and sit up straight because she's crumbling. Okay, that was mean. That was uncalled for. Was it? These bastards, they don't show their receipts. They need to show receipts. Come with your receipts, bitches.
To pass that test. After Barack Obama had his first debate with John McCain, people saw him as president. That race was over after that. The second thing is she was able to frame this race in future versus the past. And that is where voters want to go. When I was running Obama, Bill Clinton would call me up in the middle of the night and say, all elections are about the future. Win the future and you will win the election. And he played right into that. He played right into the past, the anger, the continuing to litigate the 2020 election. Voters hate that. It's not about them, that's about him. And
what we hate is that it was stolen.
Down on it over and over, doing himself damage that even he couldn't get out. You're in trouble in the campaign when you have to put the candidate in the spin room to spin himself. Wow. That is a panic moment.
No, it's not. That's a strong individual standing up for himself.
The refs is that what we saw beginning really 30 minutes in on media, on social media, when you have allies of President Trump saying, this is 3-on-1, the moderators are on the side of...
May I just say something before we get too far along? It's if it was such a pathetic moment, why aren't you showing it? Why aren't you playing the videos with the audio? Why are you simply just showing the visuals, but you're not you're talking over what's happening in the video? If it was so detrimental. Yeah. Lies by omission. Sneaky snakes. All right. But not sneaky enough.
On the side of Kamala Harris. There were a handful of gentle fact checks, including this. Ask yourself if this is partisan after Donald Trump suggested he got the state wrong. He said the governor of West Virginia, he's talking about Ralph Northam, the former governor of Virginia, when he said they're going to...
Okay. So the fact checks on this? So he got the state wrong. Oh, so you mean that actually did happen? Oh, so there really was a conversation about delivering a child and then deciding whether or not to kill the child after the child was born. Let's see what you're about to say. I'm curious. Let's see.
From the former governor of Virginia, when he said they're going to execute babies after they're born, Lindsay Davis said, quote, there is no state where it's legal to kill a baby after it's born, and then moved on. So if you think that's a...
No, there's no state where it's legal to kill a baby after it's born. And when you're trying to abort a baby and the baby miraculously survives the abortion and, I don't know, is missing limbs or has been mutilated in the process of this procedure of abortion, and then you have this viable human being who has been through a trauma and has managed to survive said trauma of attempted abortion, and then you decide whether or not you're going to kill it. Why don't you flesh it out with the proper context of what this is? Get into it. Get into the gore. Get into the reality of what it is. You're trying to like whitewash and gloss this. Yeah, you're trying to sane wash. You guys like that sane wash phraseology these days. Why don't you tell the whole story of what this entails instead of just making it sound like, oh, it's just, a baby is born and then, and then talking about killing it. Oh, that's illegal. Talk about what happens. Talk about what the process is. Talk about why that situation even came up. Background. You guys are supposed to be reporters. You're supposed to be like, the voice of truth. Tell the truth then. Tell the truth. I dare you.
So if you think that's a partisan hit, then obviously something didn't go well for you last night. One of those grievances Brit Hume referenced was the 2020 election. Donald Trump still talking about it, asked about his repeated false claims that he won that race. Here is his answer, followed by the response from Vice President Harris.
In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections.
Yes.
Donald Trump was
and then they cut him off
by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of...
Says who? Oh, gee. Who didn't even make it through the gamut? Who lost in Iowa? Shall we go back, or are we going to be unburdened by what has been? Sweetie, you weren't even properly voted in. Let's consider your installation. It's like your position that you are in right now is not legitimate. People were voting for Biden, and you assumed his position. So let's be real. Let's be 100 here. Talking about this, you know what? I will get into it later when 45-1 Actual shows up. And good morning, JJ Lemon. For anyone who doesn't know, JJ Lemon in the chat. Did you guys know that that's 45-1 Actual's mother? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'll get into it later because I've got some things to unpack.
To have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election.
So, John, it was just dry humor when Donald Trump said several times that he lost the election. It's so fascinating, just as a sidebar.
No, it's sarcasm, not dry humor.
He continues now for years to say, I won 75 million votes. How could I have lost that election? Well, because, as Vice President Harris pointed out, the other person in the race got 81 million votes. That's how he lost the race. But he does insist on going down this well and digging into a subject that people closest to him really do wish he would stop talking about. Looking back 4 years.
What is that? What is that
Harris
subject?
Trying to look forward, and she made that pretty clear last night.
Yeah, and another moment there where she needled him with the American people fired you, which clearly he didn't like there, getting under his skin. And first, just on this issue, still...
Okay, I need to pause for just a moment. Wake him up. Mama 45-1 Actual, let me tell you something. Your son is not a pleasant person first thing in the morning. It's like he needs his space. I'm just saying. That guy comes out like a bear, okay? So it's like he needs a little bit of space, and you don't just wake him up, okay?
his skin. And first, just on this issue, still pushing the big lie, pushing the idea that he won the 2020 election. It's not just that Trump's advisors want him to stop talking about that. Polls suggest Americans want him to stop talking about that. That turns off that thin slice of independent swing voters that he needs to win. And they don't want to hear that. But it also was another moment where that Harris was able to make herself the change candidate, the insurgent candidate. That's something that Trump has been to this point. Like, we've talked a lot about how this election was going to be, if it was going to be a referendum on Joe Biden, that perhaps would be problems for the Democrats. And the Democrats wanted to make it a choice election. Harris, at least for last night, not only made it a choice election, but made this a referendum about Trump's record, which is pretty remarkable for someone who, of course, is the sitting vice president, who serves the incumbent president. Yes, in Trump's closing argument, he made I think his best line of the night, where he said to Harris, I'm paraphrasing, well, you and Joe Biden have had 3.5 years to change things. You say you have all these good ideas to make things better. Well, why haven't you done them? But that was the closing argument. In the last moments of the debate, the matter felt very settled right then. Like, the Democrats were already taking their victory lap. A lot of Americans had probably turned the channel at that point. But a
lot of us did not.
Throughout the debate prior to that. And instead, it was Harris who was able to sort of grab the mantle of the change candidate to say, look, it's Trump who represents tired, old playbook, old ideas, old person, and that's not where we want to go. And she repeatedly used the phrase that she uses all the time on the campaign trail. We're not going back. She worked that into several answers last night.
Well, I just want to follow up on what Jim was saying and quoting Bill Clinton about elections being about the future. First time I ran, I started at 29 years old. No experience, no bio. I was a lawyer. No reason anybody should have ever voted for me. I knocked on 10,000 doors, and I found out immediately they did not care that I was running against a 16-year incumbent. They did not care about, that when he started in Congress, I was playing T-ball. They wanted to know what the future was going to look like for them. Nobody ever stopped me and said, you're only 29, and then you're only 30, you're only 31. They cared about the future. And Donald Trump has always been about the past, always been about grievance, always been about 2020. And
always about the past, not taking the lessons we have learned from the past, looking at the current situation and extrapolating the plan for the future. And, I will say this, I respect him for the ability he has to analyze that which has happened in taking good times and working towards creating more good times, and then taking the things which did not work and modifying them so that they are not the same thing. Kamala Harris, I have not experienced her owning anything negative from her past. She deflects. I have heard Donald J. Trump acknowledge mistakes he has made in the past and then how he worked to correct them. And it's just, I can see it. And when I was on the left, I didn't care. If it wasn't bothering me directly, I just didn't care. Something happened, and I started to care about those around me. Like, not for the virtue signaling, and not for the little like, aren't you great, look at you care, and stuff like that. I genuinely started to have empathy and started to feel my community around me, instead of living for my community, serving my wants, desires, because it wasn't about my needs. It was about my immediate comfort. I have learned to live uncomfortably, and it is much more fulfilling living in service to others than in service to myself. I thank God for that.
2020, and there's just no elections or one there, Gene? None.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is Donald Trump has always been about himself. And I thought,
well, exactly.
I thought Vice President Harris did an effective job several times during the evening of saying to the camera, you know, Americans, this is about you. You know, this is not, you know, and I'm working for you.
Yes, I'm working for you, says Kamala Harris, the same one who calls a lot of us fascists, racists, bigots, misogynists, homophobes, transphobes, you know, and all that rot. Yeah, Kamala. Yeah, we hear you. We hear you. We've heard a lot. We've heard what you said about us. Yeah, I'm sure you're working for, I don't know who the you is that you're talking to, but you haven't earned my vote because you haven't earned, no, I see you. I see you, Kamala. I've seen you by your works, and I cannot be unburdened by that because it's true.
And I'm working for you as opposed to a candidate who thinks only of himself.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know, that clearly was a point she wanted to hammer home. And I think it was like 3 or 4 times.
There were several poignant moments, I thought, where she really, when she talked about herself and tried to share who she is with the American people, and she had worked as a former prosecutor and worked in the legal field, attorney general, and she said, you know, I worked for the people. And whenever I represented someone, I didn't care whether they were Democrat or Republican. My question to them was, are you okay? And I thought that was powerful, standing next to a man who could give a flying hoot about anybody but himself.
Well, and
there's another word.
Okay, Kamala, you want to work under that premise? No, I'm not okay with you wanting to usher in price fixing. I'm not okay with you avoiding the topics of what's actually affecting the economy. I'm not okay with you using emotional jargon instead of using pragmatic, logical thought when it comes to international trade. I'm not okay with how you're very, very passé and blasé about the deaths of soldiers. I'm not okay with that. No, Kamala, I'm not okay with you. In fact, I would like you to leave. It's like your presence is detrimental to my democracy. So, yeah. No, Kamala.
Well, and
there's another word I would use.
Yeah, she also brought up she's middle class. She was raised in the middle class. I can tell you, it makes a difference. You never forget when you're raised in the middle class. You never forget when your dad, who's worked his ass off his entire life, gets laid off when he's...
They have a different definition of middle class. I swear, from the time I was taking business years ago, decades ago, middle class was well-to-do. Most people were categorized in a financial bracket of upper lower class, because you have lower, middle, and upper class. And then within those classes, you have 3 subsets: lower, lower, middle, lower, upper, lower, and then it goes to lower, middle, 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 and then upper middle, and so forth. Middle class is wealthy from what I was taught in my business classes. And when we looked at economies, middle class had great buying power. There was very little. Middle class was, you are comfortable. You are living very, very comfortably. So when Joe Scarborough, presumed intern killer over here, is saying, you never forget when you grow up in the middle class, it's like, are you saying the middle class is impoverished or has something about it that makes it less desirable? And I have a strong sense that the definitions have changed. And if the middle class is disadvantaged, that means that we're in a real bad way. If the middle class is disadvantaged, what's going on with the lower middle class? What's going on with the upper lower class, the mid lower class, and the lower class? Joe, what are you saying? Are you spilling some tea that maybe are you having a Freudian slip? Or do you just not know what middle class is? I'm curious.
years old. You never forget driving around the South for 2 years while he's looking for a job with his 3 little kids in the backyard. I mean, in the back seat. You never forget Christmases where you don't really, you see your older sister crying because she doesn't, there are no real Christmas presents. But that stays.
That sounds like a materialistic family is what that sounds like. That just sounds like a family corrupt and unable to instill values of just, it sounds like what he's crying about is materialism. And what's he talking about with like, well, I can see where someone might be driving around with their kids looking for a job. Is that like the norm though? It's like you're talking about the middle class. You never forget about growing up in the middle class. Was that your version of middle class? Because to me, that doesn't sound like middle class. That sounds like lower class. The part about driving around with 3 kids and stuff like that, that sounds like you're like really struggling. That sounds like the lower class of the economy, not middle class. So I think that you're misrepresenting it. As far as like your sister crying, it's like, sounds like your sister has personal issues. It's like, maybe take some joy in your family. What are you talking about? You're not getting any toys. It's like maybe someone should instill some values. Maybe what you need, if you're crying about not getting material goods, is maybe you need to grow a personality which extends beyond material goods. I'd take that as an opportunity for growth. Oh my gosh, materialistic bitches.
That stays with you. Kamala Harris never forgets being raised by a single mom. She never forgets working at McDonald's. She never forgets having to fight.
I heard that she didn't work at McDonald's though. I heard that was a lie. I need some more sauce on that, but not McDonald's sauce. That's gross. That's full of maltodextrin corn syrup. Good morning, Nuclear Family 4.
And scrap, because there was no daddy to give her $200 million or $400 million. There was no gift. You never forget that. And there are a lot of politicians that started that.
You never forget that you didn't have a daddy to give you millions of dollars because that's normal. Oh, my lot in life is like I'm disadvantaged because I didn't have a daddy giving me $200 million. Are you serious? I'm disadvantaged. You never forget that. Gee, my dad didn't give me $200,000. My dad gave me a shovel at the age of 7. Let's see, I was in what? Let's see, in the 1st grade. Wait, no, 2nd grade. When was it? Let's see. When did I go to Rudolph Elementary School? It was the 2nd grade. 2nd grade, smelling like cow shit. Because before I would get on that bus to go to my school, I had to be up several hours before, out in the barn with a shovel, scraping the calf pen, getting the shit off the floor into the gutter so it could be transferred to the shit wagon to be spread out on the fields. Because you had to do the milking in the morning, but the calf pen had to be cleaned every day, because you don't want your calves walking around in their own mess. So in one day, 10 calves can make a lot of shit. So that morning they get a fresh bed of straw to lie on, to like walk around on. And then throughout the day that becomes dirty. What are you talking about? It's like, I got a freaking pitchfork, a fucking shovel. I got the belt every once in a while for like getting out of line. I got disciplined. I also received a very, very high quality education somehow in Wisconsin. I have to say, during that time period, I do not know what was going on in Wisconsin, but I am so grateful I grew up in that area at that time, because they had one of the best, and I don't think it's often talked about, one of the best education systems with hands-on training from a very, very young age. 3-dimensional art, going into the kinds of math that they were teaching, the formulas, the way that they were doing it, the acceleration programs. You know what? It's possible. I'm wondering if myself and other students from my time in that area, I'm almost wondering if we weren't part of some project to see what would happen. Because I'll tell you, I don't get the same stories from other people. Well, some. Maybe it was a Midwest thing. But I have a feeling back in the 70s, the late 60s and the early 70s, and into the early 80s, I think portions of the Midwest were being targeted with a kind of like an Uber education model. I don't know. You guys let me know if you guys experience the same thing where you were, because I'll tell you what, the education system is nothing today like it once was, and I did not get $200 million from my dad. I'm just saying. And it sounds like this guy, Joe Scarborough, it sounds like he's trying to make excuses for people who feel victimized by circumstance instead of celebrating the opportunity for growth through overcoming obstacles, is what I'm getting off this. That's the vibe I'm getting.
And there are a lot of politicians that started that way that forgot it. Last night, make no mistake, Jim, she connected on that point, and I'm glad she brought up. I'm from the middle class. Yep. I've been through this. Doesn't matter how many positions I've held. I know where I started. I know where I came from, and I know where he came from. And it's
well,
not
the middle class is
from,
not a bad
Ohio.
place to start from.
I mean, Pennsylvania or Youngstown, Ohio.
That's exactly right. She identified them. She is one of them. She's a voter just like them. That connection. And when she needled Trump about how much money his dad gave him, you could see he understood.
Okay, not to be vulgar, but if she's just like them, how many of them have dropped to their knees and sucked dick per position? If she's just like them, I don't know if I'd want to be equated to Kamala Harris if that's the case.
See, he understood that moment, and she continued to go back to it. The discipline she had last night for 90 minutes to continue to stick to her message, Caddy was talking about this earlier, is so important. Trump is the best counterpuncher we've seen. She didn't care what he was doing. She just went back to her message over and over and over, identified with the American people, made her case, and said, I can be the commander-in-chief.
And he couldn't look at her.
No, so she was prepped and she was disciplined and she was clear and she was coherent. Now, if that translates into governing, and you think that there are people there who are sitting there saying which of the people here on this stage is better equipped to actually then run the country, I would think that those are qualities that would reassure people that she has the ability to do that. She may have spoken for a few less minutes. Women often do speak for a few less minutes than men do in those situations.
She spoke for 37
She didn't need to, because a lot of what he said was rambling. He was actually hard to listen to. I had a really interesting conversation yesterday with a woman who came over.
Maybe for you,
Caddy. For Keir Starmer, who helped Keir Starmer win back all of those
nice
working
purple
class voters.
shoes.
And she's come over to try and do a similar thing here for the Harris campaign. And she said two things that people have focused on is they want their middle class life back, the life that they felt they'd lost. She talked about that repeatedly. And they don't want to go back to chaos. And that they feel that they've gone through this period with COVID and world economic insecurity and wars, and it's been chaotic. And he last night, just by sounding rambling, he kind of projects chaos.
Right.
And I think that the moderators, by bringing in
he
January the 6th,
projects
by bringing in the
sanity.
2020 election, it is a reminder of those things. I think she did last night exactly what Keir Starmer was trying to do in those working class industrial
and
counties.
on that, we want our middle class life back. By Kamala Harris talking repeatedly about helping small business owners, helping startups, helping entrepreneurs, helping first-time home buyers. You want to know the youth vote? Why there are a lot of younger Americans who may be liberal or progressive on social issues, but scared to death economically. They're in the 30s, 40s, whatever. And I say anybody under 60 is young.
Are we just jumping around, Joe?
First house. It's insanity how much things have changed over the past generation. And that's what she kept speaking to last night. And John Heilman, I'll let you pick up on all this. I do want to circle back, though, to the insanity of Trumpers in media and on social media going, oh, ABC, I can't believe how horrible. First of all, if he is so weak and old and frail that he's worried about.
Okay, to be fair, we do the same thing to them. Just to be fair. But fuck you, Joe. Fuck you, Joe. Whatever.
That he's worried about those two moderators. He's got bigger problems, first of all. Secondly, the things they corrected him on were so basic. Lies about crime dropping across the rest of the world, really? And then lies about crime skyrocketing here, when just the opposite is true. That's a lie. That babies can be executed after they're born. Like Democrats want to execute babies. It's just a complete total lie.
It's monstrous that he's not giving the context of this situation. It is either he doesn't know, or he knows and he's omitting the facts of like what this is about with these babies born after an attempted abortion. It is absolutely, oh my gosh. Please, God, tell me he doesn't know. Please tell me that he's just being ignorant. Please tell me he's ignorant and not sitting on here right now, going and standing on this, because there are people who are living today who have survived abortions. They're missing limbs. They go to rallies. They go speak out. They go and do presentations. And these people exist. Do not erase these people, Joe. And, but you may have killed your intern, so maybe that's just you. Maybe that's your nature.
It's just a complete total lie. I mean, you go down the list of these gentle, brief corrections. Dogs being eaten in Springfield, Ohio. This is sort of a no-brainer.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, there were 3 times that the moderators decided to really directly fact-check Trump. 3. And you just named them, Joe, on things that if they hadn't fact-checked him, Mika and others would rightly have said that they were sane-washing Trump. The crime rate is not up, it's down. Infanticide is illegal in America, and there are no, according to the city manager in Springfield, there are no credible claims.
But what if you didn't call it infanticide? What if you called it euthanasia? What if you didn't call it infanticide and called it euthanasia because the baby has been severely traumatized? And now the doctor and the mother are going to have a conversation about what to do with this traumatized life, this human being who survived the procedure. It's not infanticide anymore. At that point, you can change the terms, because we're not talking about just killing a baby. We're talking about taking a baby who has been through a traumatic event and ending suffering. Ethics. You should be 100. You're lying by omission, my sweetie dear.
Credible claims of dogs, cats, or other pets being eaten by immigrants. So if that's really going to get your knickers in a twist, you've got a problem. And I'll say, Scott Jennings, the conservative analyst over on CNN, who's still a conservative, still a Republican.
Last night, Mary, Free for All to Learn from America Rising Media was on our panel last night. She brought up a very good point about what is going on with these animals. Did you guys know in the United States it's a federal crime to torment and torture an animal? And when we have these people coming over from other cultures and other countries, and when they slaughter an animal, I'm not going to go too deep into it, but let's just put it this way. It's not done humanely. I'll leave it at that. It's early in the morning. I'm sure we'll get into it later.
A Republican, still pro-Trump. He made the point last night rather pithily. He said, it's a little rich for our side to be complaining about the refs when our team can't make a shot. And that, I think, is what it comes down to here, is that Donald Trump squandered every opportunity. The things
Smoky
he wanted
Randy,
to try to get
good
done
morning.
Last night, he failed. systematically over and over again. And I said before that I agree with Jim and that about the importance of this moment for Harris. And for the future, what happens next in this race? We have 8 weeks left in this race. We've had a trajectory since Harris came into the race. She has flattened out a little bit in the week heading into this debate after having soared for 5 or 6 weeks. She's not been tanking, but things have kind of leveled out. You expected that to happen, right? What happens over the next 8 weeks? There are 3 big things that can happen. One was Harris could screw up in some monumental way at this debate. Obviously, she did not. In fact, she established herself as the commanding presence in this debate. There's the possibility of external events, foreign policy crises, disinformation, cyber war, economic calamity.
Buzzwords.
Joe Biden's still the president. They would have to deal with that in a different way than Donald Trump as an outsider, not holding any office, would have to deal with. That's a real thing. It's out of anybody's control, but it's a real thing. The third thing that could change this race in Donald Trump's favor is what every Republican has been praying for the last 6 weeks. They've been praying against hope, against all evidence, that Donald Trump could find his way back to some form of candidate discipline, focus, rigor, and consistency like he did for the 2 weeks at the end of 2016. Mika, he did. He won the election in 2016 by them being able to get him to do those things for a brief but crucial moment. And they've been saying Trump, eventually he'll find his way back. And I will say that if there's one conclusion that you would draw from this debate last night, is that anybody who thinks Donald Trump still has the mental, psychic, emotional capacity to be a disciplined, rigorous, consistent candidate driving a message over the next 8 weeks, you're out of your mind if you want.
Out of my mind! I'm out of my mind.
In the answer about the dogs and cats, do you know what the question was? The question was, you were asked him about immigration. And instead of talking about immigration, he talked about crowd sizes. And from crowd sizes, he went to World War III. And from World War III, he went back to crowd sizes and then eventually ended up with the dogs and cats that are allegedly being eaten but not being eaten by Haitian immigrants in that racist lie about Springfield. That is someone who has lost his marbles and not the kind of candidate who's going to be able to run the kind of campaign necessary to beat Donald Trump. Kamala Harris.
I will say
someone who's lost their marbles. I can't even name the people properly.
People have been saying before
so wrapped up in my own shit.
This debate that Donald Trump would not be able to handle the presence of a black woman on the stage, challenging him. That he was too racist. I was like, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Last night we saw when he was up against an older white man. He held his fire. He was disciplined. He could not.
He was great.
He was a 5-year-old.
He was Trump. He was himself.
He could not take Kamala Harris, a black woman, saying the truth
I don't
about
care.
These crowds. The people get bored and they walk out and they leave.
Hey, Mika and Joe, I don't care about skin color either. I don't care about the freaking genitals. It's like, I don't care. It's like they wanted equality on the progressive left. It's like equity, equality. Skin color don't matter, bitch. Gender parts don't matter, bitch. It's like, I don't look at, it's like, I'm just gonna, it's like, I already didn't look at it like that anyway to begin with. It's like, but since you guys are bringing it into the language, since you guys are bringing it into the Queen's speech, I'm going to use it as a weapon against you. I don't care. I don't care about her color. I don't care about her fucking sex. I care about the policies and the merits, and she does not have them. So y'all can just sit there and preach, preach, preach. It's like, guess what? You're waking people up. You're waking people up who listen to this, because if they have the moment of critical thought, and if they sit there and think to themselves, oh yeah, she's a black person, she's disadvantaged, at that moment, they should then think, am I racist for thinking that? Yeah, you're a fucking racist if you think that. And you know what? You can be a little bit racist, okay? I'm casually racist. Lord knows when I started out this whole thing, I was the racist tranny, okay? I am casually racist. It's comedy. I grew up with Eddie Murphy. I grew up with Joan Rivers. I grew up, if you got, oh my gosh, Red Fox and all those people, it's like for all these like younger generations or whoever is like, oh, you're being racist. It's like, if you only knew the very rich history of my life and people who I, hung around with, and growing up in a tavern, and then the farm on top of that. If you only knew the kinds of people I worked shoulder to shoulder with out there baling hay, if you only knew my history, then you would understand I am not racist. I'm casually racist. It's just comedy. Ugh. But he wants to use it as a cudgel. It's like, well, if that's how you want to approach life, then you're really racist. I mean, that's freaking, there's nothing funny about that. You're just sad. Ugh.
Leave. And that he says weird things at them.
He couldn't handle. I do want to say, following up on what he said,
and the sexism, and the sexism. My sister was happy that she didn't have to go out and bale hay with me. My sister was happy that she wasn't tasked with some of the chores I was tasked with. It's like she has told me in the last year, she's like, I am so glad I never had to go out and work the fields with you. It's like the only time my sister and my other sister, when she got old enough, had to do anything was when it came to removing stones from fields. Both females and males could do that. You go and you pick up the stones and you put them on the wagon, or you put them on the flatbed, or like whatever, so we can get the crops in. If we're like developing a new area of land for agriculture, you've got to remove the stones or you're going to ruin your equipment. And that's the only job that my sister really had to do. Other than that, my sister was with my mother when my mother wasn't working at the paper mill. My mom was home to like actually take care of us, because at one point my dad started going over the road truck driving, so I didn't get to see the dad too often. But it's like very early on, my parents taught us how to be self-sustaining. We were babysitting ourselves by the time we were in what? By the time I was 13, it's like we were at the point of being self-sufficient within the home to handle the chores and such, to where my parents didn't need to get a babysitter for us anymore, which had its own interesting things, because trust and believe, you probably don't want to leave kids that young unattended, but we didn't burn the house down. We did not burn the house down. We almost killed each other, but we didn't die. So there's that. I think someone just came in. Who is that? All right, well, until he's ready to come in, I'm going to continue playing this.
Republican on CNN, and it's a perfect quote for all these whiners, and it kind of reminds me of the Alabama game this past weekend. We had a horrible game last week, and it took us a long time.
See, nuclear family of 4, female, had to do the farm work. You're getting a big old red pill for that. I get that. I totally get that, because some of my cousins, they had like a series of females before they had their males. So yeah, I had to work. My cousin Tammy and she was the first female in the line. I'm the first child on my side, but Tammy, my cousin, was the first child on her side. And it's like, oh, Tammy and I, oh my gosh, it was like, I love her. Tammy, if you're out there and you know who I am, I love you so much. I miss you. All right. Let's continue.
Weekend. We had a horrible game last week, and it took us a long time to start playing. And when we were playing horribly, there would be a guy on Alabama that'd make it like one good tackle, and then they'd get up and celebrate and dance all over the field. And I go, sit down. When you actually start playing good football, you can celebrate one good tackle, right?
Exactly.
Don't blame the refs. Don't do anything. Well, that Republican on CNN, it's a perfect point, Mika. It's rich for Republicans to blame the refs when they can't make a single shot. And again, the morning after the Biden debate, what did we say? We kept saying he missed layups, one layup after another layup after another layup. And
81 million votes,
Just to make this worse for Donald Trump, he had much more time than Kamala Harris to make layups. He had 5 precious minutes of an event that was being watched globally, 5 more minutes to speak than her. And also,
what were the exact numbers?
He had 42 minutes, and Kamala Harris had 37.
Yep. What, the ABC announcers were that unfair?
The moderators corrected him 3 times very, very politely and very quickly. And every time, I don't get the whole mic off thing, because every time Trump wanted to talk, they turned up his mic.
Right.
That's why he got cut off.
Oh, here they go. They're cackling like crazy right now because they want us to forget that they didn't even turn Kamala's mic off until they caught that people were aware that they weren't cutting Kamala's mic. And then they started cutting Kamala's mic. If you go back through and look at last night, Kamala was trying to interrupt Trump over and over and over. Oh, they want to erase that. And talk about stupid faces, a little callback to earlier in the show when these idiots up here were going and talking about how someone looks tired with, like, you know, their eyes shut and stuff like that. Hey, Mr. Discount Harry Sisson right here. And look at Mika. What? It's like, oh, you guys are jokers. Such jokers. You know what? I'm going to screen capture that just a moment, please. I just want to take an image of that, send that on over to... I'm just gonna make an X post based on that. Okay, here we go.
They gave him a retort to every answer, and
he was shouting.
All right.
There were no rules about retorts. He just started
yelling.
talking.
I'm going to actually turn the mics off. But that is a really good point, is that he got everything he wanted, and he's still whatever the bed, if you know what I mean. John Hellman, Jim Messina, Eugene Robinson, thank you all. Still ahead, we'll be joined by Harris Wall's campaign senior advisor, David Plouffe, on the heels of last night's presidential debate. Morning Joe's coming right back.
Then we fast forward through the commercials a little bit.
Governor Reagan, again, typically is against such a proposal.
Governor, there you go again. When I hear your new ideas, I'm reminded of that ad. Where's the beef?
Yeah.
Senator, I served with Jack Kennedy. I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. Senator, you're no Jack Kennedy.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
Wow.
That they're laughing about this is just crazy.
He said it like he meant it. Like
they're eating the dogs.
No, did he really mean it?
And you're
he thinks that's
Jack
true because he
Kennedy.
watches it on Fox News?
They're eating the dogs.
Doesn't he know
better? Try explaining this around the world.
No, you can't explain this around the world. You can't really explain it around America unless you have people who are in a personality cult driven party. There's no justifying this. And again, Willie, it's a, you know.
I saw it on TV, he said.
You have the dial groups. They can't deny the fact that Donald Trump lost massively last night, and they're just what are they?
What Mika just said. I just want to do a callback when Mika said, "I saw it on TV." He said, "Oh, you mean like how you guys said you saw January 6th on TV with your own eyes?" You can't play both sides, bitch. And plus, it's a lot more than just, I saw it on TV. There are people going to town hall meetings talking about what's happening in their communities, Mika. Again, lies by omission. But what is so delicious about this is that you're mocking what someone saw on TV while for the past few years. And every time you bring up January 6th, you talk about you saw it with your own eyes on TV. Sneaky snakes, you spellbinders are losing control. Good morning, 45-1.
Morning.
What are they going to do? They're going to be doubling down on their lies today, tomorrow, next week, and it's only going to hurt them in the end because people saw what they saw last night, and there's no sane washing it.
Well, he's on another network
sane
right
washing.
Now, the former president going after the moderators. So that appears to be the strategy, that it was the moderators' fault last night. And again, he's running a presidential campaign, airtight, in which he needs to broaden the coalition of voters he brings to the table because, again, he lost last time by 6 million votes. So I would ask, who is that for, what we just saw right there? If you are, again, a normal person, which most Americans are, who are living their lives and don't live in the dark corners of the internet, you'd have no clue what he's talking about. Who's eating dogs in Springfield, Ohio? What are you talking about? Not to mention that it's a complete lie that was manufactured, that the person who took the photograph came out yesterday and said, that wasn't in Springfield. I didn't know who that guy was. I don't know if he's an immigrant or where he's from. I just thought it was weird. A guy was walking down the street with a goose. So who is he talking to?
We're talking, who is he talking to? Did you hear what you just said? You just said that the morning after a presidential debate. And again, there was a guy walking down the street with a goose. I don't know why he was walking. And so that's where Donald Trump has taken the Republican Party. Yeah. That's where Donald Trump has taken entire cable news networks. That's where Donald Trump has taken his online community of supporters. They have to support that madness.
Yeah, it's he did nothing, among many other things he did poorly last night, did absolutely nothing to attract new voters. And not just because of the ridiculous answer about dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio, Mika, but because of his answer on abortion, because of his answers about whether or not he won the 2020 election. He claims he believes still that he did, on abdicating himself of any responsibility for what happened in January 6th and showing affinity for people who went to the Capitol, desecrated it, beat up cops, saying he's not going to root for Ukraine to win, that obviously he sides with Vladimir Putin, siding with other dictators like Viktor Orban. I can go on and on and on. But the point of the exercise here is to try to win a general election. He did nothing to add new voters last night.
Yeah, when you're bragging that Viktor Orban is your bud, and that's the only one you can name, that's a problem. Jonathan Lemire, KDK, still with us, and join the conversation. We have MSNBC contributor Mike Barnicle, NBC News and MSNBC political analyst, former U.S. Senator Claire McCaskill, working round the clock, literally, president of the National Action Network and host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, Reverend Al Sharpton, the host of the podcast On Brand with Donnie Deutsch. Donnie Deutsch is with us, and Rogers Chair in the American Presidency at Vanderbilt University. Historian John Meacham is with us, as well as senior political columnist for Politico, Jonathan Martin.
Let's start in Philadelphia. Jonathan, your takeaways from last night.
Yeah, Donald Trump was talking about things, as Willie said, that most Americans don't grasp. It's not just the dogs, and by the way, I can report that, at least here in Philadelphia this morning, the dogs appear safe on the streets of Philadelphia. It's not just the dogs, though. How many Americans know who Viktor Orban is? Like, you're trying to win over folks in Erie, PA, La Crosse, Wisconsin, and Mesa, Arizona, and you're defending the Hungarian president. It just doesn't get him any new voters. And so I found that puzzling. And look, obviously, Kamala Harris was somebody who was always good off the script, but she's also good at something else, which is the preparations that a prosecutor makes before a case. And we saw that when she was a senator, when she grilled the Trump administration officials on the Hill. And that was the Kamala Harris that we saw last night. That figure who does extensive and intensive prep. She internalized probably 24 one-liners, and she got almost all of them out. She's a consultant's dream. I mean, you could almost see her going through the binder in her mind and flipping through those tabs and getting off line after line. So obviously she won the debate. I'm curious if Trump does a second one in October. The Harris camp obviously wants to, guys. I think that Trump will eventually succumb and do it, but obviously he's going to actually have to do something next time, which he didn't do last night, which is prepare and not take the bait.
He just doesn't do it. He does not prepare. He's never
like
prepared.
ADHD
he
or
can't
something?
prepare. Again, staffers that worked with him in the White House said they couldn't even hand him one-page summaries because he wouldn't read them. He doesn't read. Somebody that does read, John Meacham, a historian, with us. John.
Yeah, what's the parallel?
Well, I mean, if you want, there is no parallel, I suppose, to a debate where you had one candidate as ill-prepared as Donald Trump talking about dog eaters, Viktor Orban, and phantom crime statistics. How How do you get your arms around this? And what do you say to your friends in the men's grill with their Peter Millar vests who are going to try to sane wash this today?
Well, it's the Peter Millar problem. I think a couple of things. The vice president, I think, for 3.5 years was oddly and unfairly maligned in the first 3 years of her being in office as vice president. Then for the last month or so, I wondered whether she was disproportionately praised, again, with a lack of data. That problem is gone. She delivered a brilliant presidential performance last night. I think passed all the invisible tests about someone whom we could trust with the nuclear codes. I would put it to you and to my Republican friends, do you want to give the nuclear codes back to the dog-eating guy? Now, there's a sentence
that actually I don't think
Dean Acheson ever uttered.
He's not the one eating the dogs.
I think we're in.
It's the one that's
that
letting
zone,
the dog eaters in that you're
clear choice.
Suggesting you
will
give the
say,
codes
I
to.
think this is important in what's going to be. I don't want to say euphoric day about
it's just weird. They're just
Constitution,
continuing on with the same bullshit, guys. Don't worry. I'm building.
Last night,
I'm building out the complete destruction of their narrative this morning. That's just why I'm not even getting fired up, because it's so retarded.
Harris has now passed
and
her test.
on the ass end of this, it's going to turn into just like it always does with the mainstream media. Now, here's the real fun part: is now that they only have less than 60 days before the election, right? All of this is going to come out. Trump's going to be vindicated. You know the truth sleuths are already going to be all over this, guys. And the mainstream media, MSNBC, CNN, ABC, all of these folks are going to come out today. They're going to run their narrative. They're going to talk about how presidential Kamala was. They're going to talk about this. They're going to talk about that. The dog eaters, the abortion, blah, 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 blah. All the things that they know are actual problems caused by this administration. They're going to try to do this spin game on, this twisting on. And it's all going to be decimated by the time people go to the ballot boxes. And you're going to see that happen on X today. You're going to see that happen on TikTok today. You're going to see that happen all over the place today, where the evidence is going to bubble back up to the surface, and then these people are just going to ignore it. And everyone will be like, well, wait a minute. Didn't Morning Joe and Mika, weren't they just like all having a great laugh about how people's dogs weren't getting eaten? They're going to end up being sued. At least I hope. I hope one of the people who had their dogs eaten, which I have, again, video evidence. I have actual interviews. I have police body cam footage of a woman, a Haitian woman, being arrested in Springfield for eating a neighbor's dog. It's going to be interesting to see them answer for that. So I'm nice and cozy this morning, friends, and you should be too. I'm not worried about this at all. These people are going to end up looking like a-holes in the end, just like they always do. So let them keep talking.
2020 was, he really won, still dealing with those grievances, and he gave no vision. Kamala Harris not only won last night, I think she won the hearts of a lot of Americans who maybe didn't understand what her vision was. She was clear on her vision. She would answer some of his statements and go right back to, but this is where we need to go as a country. And then for him to fearmonger, as Donnie said, and I agree, but also race bait. He didn't just say people are eating dogs. He said Haitian immigrants are eating dogs. Anybody black in that town looks like a Haitian. He defended what he did to the Central Park Five, and I respect
this morning,
Kamala Harris for raising that, because he said that these people, these 5 young teenagers, young boys, should have had the death penalty, when what happened to that woman who was a white woman in Central Park was despicable, horrific, and barbaric. But the death penalty wouldn't have even covered the crime.
I just want to interrupt for just a bit here. Aside from eating animals, Risa Aslan from CNN ate a human brain. I'm just saying.
Looking at your children, because it is about the future, and your grandchildren, who do you think has the temperament and the information to lead us during this time period where we're in such turmoil from Ukraine to the Middle East? And you would not go with the guy who's race baiting and fear mongering. You go with a stable woman who could say, yes, this is where we are and we have to address it. This is where we need to go. That is why I think she won. She won when she walked out and made him shake hands with her. And he had the nightmare of his life that he had to shake hands with a black woman as an equal. And he couldn't get it back together after that.
45-1, what are the chances that she poisoned him?
Just a moment as well, Joe.
What are the chances that she poisoned him with that handshake?
Brian Stelter reporting this live on Fox. Trump
I don't know.
Insults not only the ABC anchors.
Okay, I hope so.
Trump insults the two Fox anchors who've been pitched as debate moderators, Bret Baier and Martha McCallum, and says he would not have them.
Oh.
Says he wants instead Sean Hannity, Jesse Waters, or Laura Ingraham. Back to you, Willie.
Yeah, no surprise there. Mike, as Rev says, there was a stark split screen last night. Donald Trump's performance allowed Vice President Harris to kind of sit there and look to the camera and then say, do you want this again? Do you want to go back to this? Are you watching these 90 minutes? We're not going back, which has become her popular refrain, that we're not going back to this. And a literal split screen. They've never been on a stage, never met before.
I've been awake
as we always
for hours,
say, voters who are not like us, who don't live in this world and cover every twist and turn and every poll every day and all of those things, they tune in at big moments like conventions and certainly at debates. They settle in and they begin to form their opinions and make decisions. So as they settled in last night, what did they see?
Well, the visuals were stunning, the contrast between the two of them. One more permanent scowl all evening long. The other, the vice president, was a mixture of smiling almost all night long, but
clenching her jaw,
looking across at the person next to her on the stage, wonderment in her eyes, and sometimes a feeling of sympathy in her eyes, as saying, you know, what is wrong with this guy?
I think that he confuses smiling with grimacing.
I would submit, was an old man walking himself into our political past. An old man who at one point surrendered the presidency when he was asked a question about January 6th, and his reply was, I wasn't in charge of security then. This was a former president of the United States saying he wasn't in charge of security then. Sorry, but you were. This was an old man who spent a good part of the evening once again denigrating and running down the American dream, running down the United States of America. This is a third world country. This is a country in decline. I challenge Donald Trump today, who will be down at the 9/11 ceremonies in Lower Manhattan, along with President Biden and Vice President Harris, to look around at what he sees, and he will see a portrait of resilience and remembrance by everybody down there, remembering a day that shocked America and scarred this country forever. This is not a country in decline, Donald. Take a look around.
Yeah, well, he's too busy ranting without any control or boundaries or guardrails on Fox News. Joining us now, senior advisor.
Well, but by the way, attacking Fox News on Fox News.
Well, yeah.
He's now expanded that scope.
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are getting ready to recognize 9/11 as they should, doing their jobs. Joining us now, senior advisor to the Harris-Walz campaign, David Plouffe. He served as President Obama's 2008 campaign manager and White House senior advisor.
So, David, let me read a statement from you. One that you obviously lifted straight from the 2008 campaign against John McCain. Eating dogs is not a winner with undecided voters. Actually, you never had to bring that one up. We're talking about how unbalanced he was, but let's get to the facts. Let's get to the actual data, which I know is what you care about. What did you see with undecided voters in the dial groups?
Well, I think, Joe, what we're seeing, and I think there's also public undecided discussions that happened, is Kamala Harris really met the moment. Where the race is, it's very close. It was yesterday, it is today, it'll be tomorrow. But a lot of voters wanted to know more about her plans, her biography, and also, I think, wanted to know what Donald Trump's second term would be like. And I think what they saw last night was in Kamala Harris, a president focused on the American people, plans to build more housing, support small businesses, and a deranged lunatic in Donald Trump, who, and I always focus on the next day. Kamala Harris actually at the rally in Philadelphia after the debate said, great night, let's move on to tomorrow. So the question is, what from this debate will live on? Lots of things will, eating dogs, Viktor Orban, but I think three things in particular. One, he promised us a health care plan back in 2015. Yeah. Long time ago. Never came. Last night he said the concepts of the plan, but he still wants to basically throw tens of millions of people off health care. People in swing states are going to hear about that very soon. Obviously, the threat of a national abortion ban, he didn't say he wouldn't sign that. And let's remind everybody, he's going to vote in Florida. He's going to cast a vote for a 6-week ban, which is before many women know they're pregnant. And also, he obviously did not say Ukraine should win the war. So there were remarkable moments. Yes, there was his insanity, his focus on himself, the same old lies and distractions that we've come used to. But I think he also made huge mistakes that people care about. So again, it was a great night for Kamala Harris. She delivered, I think, a historic debate performance. But the truth is we're sitting here in a tied race today, and that's what the campaign's focused on, is trying to figure out how to win enough votes in these 7 states so that she becomes our next president.
So, David, you've been through debates with President Obama, of course, a good debate and less good debates. Project for us how this might impact actual voting in those states that you talked about, but specifically which voting groups that you found it hard to reach in this campaign over the course of the last 6 weeks do you think might be persuaded by what they heard last night?
Well, I think, first of all, I was so impressed by Kamala Harris because she knew exactly. She represented the people last night, I think, as she talked about people being exhausted with his tired old playbook and wanting to turn the page. And she knew exactly what she wanted to offer the American people and exactly the case she wanted to prosecute against Donald Trump. So I think where this race stands is he's a universally known figure. He's got, a pretty high floor. Saddens me it's that high, but that's just reality. And what we understand is there's a lot of voters out there who want to learn more about her biography, her plans for the future, her values. Is she up to the test of being commander-in-chief? I think she passed that with incredibly, strong, last night, no question, I think answered that. So it's voters, of all ages, races, income. So, and it's not that many, but, I always remind people, it may be 4, 6, 8%. But those are the folks that decide elections, and it's two sides of the coin. One, there are people out there who are definitely going to vote, who aren't sure they're going to vote for. And I think a lot of them last night probably were given a lot of confidence that Kamala Harris would be the right choice. There's a second group of voters who might say they're going to vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, but aren't sure they're going to vote. And I tell you, coming out of last night, anybody who was basically like, I'd vote for Harris, but I'm not sure we're going to vote, I think is more excited to do that. And I think there's a lot of folks out there who might be infrequent voters who are kind of softly in Donald Trump's camp, who are going to be demoralized by that performance, that is not an incentive to go out and vote for someone like that and give him another 4 years.
45-1, do you feel demoralized?
As we sat here 24 hours ago together previewing
no,
the debate,
I'm actually just enjoying how they're spinning all this up, and like I said, all the truth is going to bubble back up to the surface. I'm already watching it happen on X. It's going to happen on TikTok. These families are going to be starting to speak out about what the Haitians are doing even louder, and people are going to be like, well, wait a minute. The news just spent the last 3 days laughing at Donald Trump. It's going to be another thing. It's going to be another thing. We've already seen these people do this. Yes.
And laughing at the victims.
Yes.
Well, she pretty much dispatched all 3 of those last night in an elegant, classy, prepared fashion. Anybody who watched that debate saw that she's not dumb. She certainly is not weak. And the way she yanked him around that debate stage and baited him over and over again and got him to respond to the baiting that she was doing, he's trying to say she can't stand up to strong leaders. Well, she sure stood up to him.
Wait a minute.
She's a masturbator, that's for sure. She was definitely swinging her hands around like she was trying to bait him.
Absolutely. Look at this. Look at what they're doing. Mockingbird Media. This is what they say they don't do, but now they just gave us an example. The Wall Street Journal, the Boston Globe, Arizona Republic, the Washington Post, all of the, and of course, this big, the Minnesota Star Tribune. For those of you in Minnesota, we all know that this is a commie propagandist rag. We know this one very, very well. They're showing us the Mockingbird Media that they often deny and call conspiracy theory. It's crazy.
Really difficult now going forward for them to find a line of attack that has credibility, because all they had, she demolished last night. And I will say to parents out there that have a young woman, a child or a niece or even grandparents that have a granddaughter, if she says she wants to be president, tell her to go be an assistant prosecutor and spend some time in a courtroom, because you could sure see it last night. I saw it over and over again. So, David, now that she has destroyed their line of attack that I just went through, the only thing still out there is that she's not doing enough interviews. You know, it's lame, but it's kind of all they've got at this point.
Lame?
How are
It's
you guys
essential.
feeling about putting her out for more interviews in the next few weeks? And most importantly, how are you feeling about pushing for another debate?
You want to know more about her? That's lame.
Well, Claire, I think, first of all, let's talk about interviews for a minute. Let's talk about Donald Trump today. I've not watched him, but the report you gave is he's on Fox News complaining about the moderators. Talk about weak, pathetic, desperate. So by the way, he had 5 more minutes to speak than Kamala Harris, no small thing. Secondly, what he was fact-checked on wasn't their intricacies of their health care plan or tax rate differences. It was whether Americans are eating household pets and whether we have after-birth abortion. Okay?
No, that's you.
This is someone not fit to lead. And what we are seeing this morning, I think is what Kamala Harris did a really good job of exposing last night, is he's focused on grievances. It's all about himself. So, Claire,
really?
Kamala Harris did some radio interviews last week. She'll continue to do interviews. A presidential campaign is a bunch of different things. It's debates, it's interviews. These days, it's discussion with influencers. It's going into these battleground states and campaigning, which we'll be doing later this week.
Oh, you mean paying
influencers? So you'll see all of that. Voters are going to get to see her in many different forms, which we think is helpful because, again, there's a lot of voters that want to know a lot more about her, and they're eager to hear, and that's important in a campaign. Sometimes I think voters don't necessarily want to hear more from Donald Trump, particularly after last night. They do from Kamala Harris, so they will. We'll see on the debate. He's saying to now he's only going to debate with Laura Ingraham or Jesse Waters or Sean Hannity, so that gives a sense where his headspace is. I don't think he's super thrilled about a debate. We'll see how it plays out.
Senior advisor to the Harris-Walz campaign, David Plouffe, thank you
very much
for coming on the show today. We appreciate it.
Killing an intern.
We want to turn now to 9/11. Today marks 23 years since the 9/11 terror attacks, if you can believe it.
Yeah,
President Biden, Vice President Harris, and former President Trump will mark the day by attending a memorial ceremony this morning in New York City. Biden, Harris, and Trump will also attend events in Shanksville, Pennsylvania later today. The president and vice president will then end the day at a wreath-laying ceremony at the Pentagon. Joining us now, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. He will be joining President Biden and Vice President Harris in New York City this morning. And as we remember, it's hard to imagine.
Notice
this
how
was
they're
23
not wearing
years
the
ago for
Ukrainian
me. It
pins
was like
anymore.
yesterday for like many others. But as we remember what happened on 9/11, 23 years ago, what are the ways this country still needs to continue to be vigilant and mindful that our homeland needs to be protected?
Good morning. The threats persist in this country. They have evolved significantly, both foreign terrorist threats and domestic threats. But what has not changed is the tireless dedication of 260,000 individuals in the United States Department of Homeland Security. This is a very somber day when we honor the lives lost on 9/11 and in the days, weeks, months, and years since. We in the department honor those lives every day through the work that we do. The terrorist threat requires vigilance, not only on our part, but on everyone's part, to be alert and to respond when one sees something of concern. It requires a community of action. We are all one community.
Secretary Mayorkas, good morning. Of course, your department, the one you head now, was created after the attacks of 9/11 to increase that vigilance you were just talking about. I wonder if you, for Americans who have not had the opportunity to go to where you are standing right now, I can hear the water behind you and the footprints of where those towers stood. What it's like, I've been there many, many times, to stand at that memorial, to consider everything that happened there, to consider everything that happened after that day, and to go through the museum, the extraordinary museum down there. Can you just give people watching a sense of what it's like to stand there on this day?
It is an extraordinarily solemn place. It is also a very inspiring one. It is solemn because we remember the horrific tragedy that has changed the life of our country and changed the lives of so many
I'm an
people.
Israeli that was
It is
dancing around
inspiring
that day.
because our country still stands tall and still
What was he
stands
doing?
strong, not only here but around the world. It speaks very powerfully of the resolve
I'm just
of
saying
our
he's
nation
one of those.
and of our people.
All right,
the
Homeland
nose.
Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Are you talking
thank
about
you
that
so
jumping
much.
dance?
And we're going to be observing the moments of silence later this morning, commemorating
Yes.
The one
an
where they're like-
extraordinarily tragic attack
That
23
thing?
years ago. Mika, I'd love to go around and get you and Willie's thoughts and Mike's thoughts on that day. Now, so
Mika
many
has
years
no
ago,
thoughts.
It's hard to believe.
It is. I
Oh,
covered
she
it for
does.
CBS and was down there for many weeks after and watched the towers fall. And I still have these terrible tinges of feelings about going home to my kids weeks after covering it, and the thousands of people who didn't go home in those seconds when those towers fell and when those planes crashed into the Pentagon and in Shanksville. And it's one of those markers in your life. Before 9/11.
How many planes
and
hit
after
the
9/11.
Pentagon? I thought it was just one.
Willie,
Was it more than one?
And it was very personal.
I mean, jets,
so,
I
so
should
many
say.
of us that were outside the New York City area, we grieved. We hung American flags. We came together as one. It was an
Now we got to do
extraordinary
this against
feeling
Donald
that
Trump
I've
because
never
it's the
felt
new
before.
9/11. Donald Trump is
Just all
9/11.
Americans together as one. It certainly seemed that way. But for Mika, it was very personal being down there as the towers were falling, reporting on
As
it,
the towers were
being
falling.
shoved away
Wait a
from the
minute.
falling debris. For you, it was very personal as well, knowing people.
Wait a minute. Mika was there as the towers were falling, reporting on it. How? How would Mika have been there reporting on it as they were falling? How? I'm curious. That okay? Am I like sleep deprived, or does that not send off a red flag right there? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it's a red flag. Go ahead.
Okay.
Knowing people in your hometown that went to work that morning but never returned.
Yeah, I grew up in a commuter town in New Jersey, just over the river. We had 12 people in our town die on 9/11, including my next door neighbor, Gina Steinberg. Her daughter, Lori, was my first friend in kindergarten, so we think about her every day. Our dear friend, John Van Devender. The list is too
Now
long
watch this
to
drive.
name from our town. My sister-in-law, my beloved sister-in-law, Allison, was in the building, pregnant, and ran down 70 flights of stairs, getting out of the building just before it collapsed. And I also think, Mike Barnacle, about the first responders who were so brave that day. 343 firefighters died. Many more have died since from their 9 months on the pile there, from how sick they got. Now more members of the FDNY have died because of those cancers than actually died on that day. I think about the men and women who were sent to Iraq and Afghanistan, some who did not come home, some who bear the scars of those wars and will for the rest of our lives. The ripples of that terrible day that continue on this day.
The ripples of the lives lost and the lives that continued, and many of the lives that you just mentioned.
What is their
my
point?
wife was on a
They're
flight
doing a lot
to
of
New York.
emotional
She had
manipulation, but what's the point?
Scheduled 9 a.m. meeting at the World Trade Center that morning.
No idea.
The flight was reverted back to Boston.
Does anyone know what the point of like what they're what are they building up to here?
There was an iconic photo taken of a ladder truck crossing the Brooklyn Bridge that morning, heading toward a burning building, World Tower 1. And the reason it's iconic, I think, to many people, certainly to me, is that you can see the firefighters holding on to the truck as it speeds across the bridge with no
please
traffic
don't
in front
pretend
of
to
it,
cry.
and an American
Right.
flag rippling in the breeze behind it. All those firefighters died.
Your eyes
that day,
are still
that morning,
white. They're
in
not
that
becoming
building,
bloodshot.
in those
You're not
collapsed
having an
towers.
emotional
And the
response.
lives lost will
Your
always
body
be
is
remembered.
betraying
Today
you.
is a day
I've got my
of
magnifying
memory
glass out,
and resilience,
and
as
your
we
eyes
indicated
are not
earlier.
turning red.
But the lives that are left, the lives that you just mentioned, and the ripple of their lives, the meaning of their
Your
lives,
face
and what
isn't
that
even
day
becoming
meant
flushed.
and meant to this country going forward. Again, this is not a country in decline. And part of the reason it's not in decline because of the pride, the spirit, and the combativeness of the American spirit.
That photo, Mike, you remember that? I believe it was on the front page of the New York Daily News a few days later. That's where I worked on September 11th. I was also, much like Miko, a reporter that day. I was at the hospitals and the morgues on the 11th, got down to ground zero on the 12th. It feels like it was just yesterday. And I think one thing, beyond the sacrifice, beyond the sadness, there was that feeling for some weeks of national unity, Rev, that we were all together. Like the nation rallied around New York, and of course those affected by what happened in the Pentagon and Western Pennsylvania. And we've become so divided and so fractured since then. But every so often you do see a glimpse and a hope that maybe we can be like that again.
And I think that is the story that we should have coming out of the day.
I
Is the
just
legacy
think
of
that
people did come
sometimes
together. I remember when
we
9/11
gotta
happened,
really
and,
do
after
some
the
things,
trauma
and we
was
gotta look
primary, I was
around
campaigning
and
for
see
Kennedy,
what
and I found
happened.
out about
Because
the immediate
Donald
trauma
Trump,
after that,
he
the young
had
man that
to
went church with
walk
my
on the
daughters
stage,
stayed with
and
us
there was a
because his mother
handshake,
was in the
and he
building
was like, "Wait a minute." This
And for
woman
weeks,
has some
he kept, every time
skin,
the phone
don't
rang, was
look like
hoping it was his
mine,
mother calling.
so I
He
don't
had
know
to
what
come
to
to
do.
terms. He's now a
And
minister,
he
Reverend
just
Travis
stood
Boyd.
there,
Had to
and he
come to
was
terms with his
walking
mother wasn't
around,
coming back.
and
I
everybody
said,
knows.
Now I understand terrorism. Now I understand
Goodness.
because this is the first time we experienced that on the homeland. And I called Mark Zuckerman, who then owned the Daily News, and said,
All right, good morning.
With the big bag and the rewind,
He
you know what I'm
arranged for
saying?
Sharon Perez
Yes,
to
good
host
morning.
me in Israel.
You're here. Okay.
And Perez said, you should not only denounce terrorism, Reverend, and I met with him in his office, I did that. He said, you ought to meet with Yasser Arafat.
You know what I'm saying?
And he arranged for me to go meet with Arafat to denounce what bin Laden had done.
You were a
And
fat.
The point I made then that I raised this morning, particularly on the day after this debate, is that those terrorists didn't send an email to blacks to don't come to work at the World Trade Center. They didn't tell Latinos by text.
Oh,
stay
no, now
away.
they're
They
racist.
didn't care. They saw us all as Americans. And
Okay,
we don't
yes, that's
always
true.
see each other as Americans. They saw in us what we didn't see in themselves. That's
We
why it's
do it.
important for people like Joe and I who may have disagreed
Don't cut me
to
off.
stand together on what we agree and grow together. Or even Donnie and I, because that's where we had to be the day after 9/11, and we should never forget that.
It brought out the best of my
We're
guys.
all
Great
different.
show,
We're all
listen to
victims.
talk.
We're all oppressed, and we're
On
all
one hand,
equal.
there was-
Let's come together.
But there's just
Do
incredible
it.
pride about who we are and the way we reacted to it, the way we came together. And I think that means it's over 20 years ago, and it's a part of us. It's a part of who we are.
You
It
wearing
showed the
fucking
worst
Skinny jeans again this morning, you weirdo, obvious pedophile.
Guy who's running for president doesn't understand.
Speaking of,
what we're about, and that we do
I have
look
a
forward.
story
We
about
do
the
believe in
unisex
hope,
police
that we rise from
officers'
the ashes and we
uniforms
build
in the
ourselves.
UK
He doesn't understand
and
that. He
the
paints a
issues that
dystopian
they're
society
having
away
with
from
them.
life.
President Biden, Vice President Harris, among the dignitaries, will be at Ground Zero. Short time from now, also President Trump, Senator J.D. Vance, his running mate, will be there as well. The first moment of silence at 8:46 Eastern Time. That is when Flight 11 hit the North Tower. Another at 9:03 when the South Tower was struck, and others as the towers fell to come. Moment of silence at the Pentagon, moment of silence in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, of course, the site of Flight 93 going down on this day 23 years ago. And we'll be right back on Morning Joe. Campaign resorting to blaming the moderators for what their candidate did in that room.
Yeah, if you're showing up in the spin room, you've lost. If you're blaming the moderators, you've lost. And Trump, we should note, was non-committal about whether he would debate Harris again. The Harris team very much say, hey, let's get a second date on the books for October. The split screen, as noted, was so effective for Harris. The way she smiled and sort of almost mocked him at times, just looking in disbelief.
That's what you want.
She was the adult in the room, couldn't keep her composure,
like
and was constantly trying to interrupt him.
She walked over for that handshake. He clearly didn't expect it. That set a tone for the night. That and the first
that
15,
handshake,
20 minutes,
it was all about the handshake.
Once we went to the crowd size, once they started talking about abortion, which was an issue that Trump twisted himself in knots and to try to explain his shifting stances, but at the same time made clear that he was proud of the Supreme Court justices that he nominated that overturned Roe v. Wade before falsely claiming that all Americans wanted this settled, the issue settled by the states, and the vice president scored some points there. And there were so many moments here where she just got the best of him, and he looked old, he looked out of touch, and he looked like he was speaking, Joe, to just a small Republican ecosystem, not winning over any new votes at all.
That's what's so bizarre.
And we should note, it took a while to get there last night, but he was asked, not just about January 6th, where he defended his actions, but he was asked about the 2020 election. And he repeatedly would not say that he lost.
Lie.
And by the way, for people, again, that have to lie constantly, trying to normalize Donald Trump, there's so much they can't run away from. You know, his own campaign staff begging him to stop lying about a stolen election. He couldn't do it. He could not say that he wanted Ukraine to be able to push back the Russian invaders. Would not say it. He would not say repeatedly whether he was going to push a national ban for abortion on American women. Would not say it. Was asked afterwards as he was leaving debate. He would not answer that question on whether he supported a national ban or not. You go down the list. He time and time
he
again,
answered it the way he answered
would not
it.
say he did anything wrong on January 6th.
Just not the way they wanted him to answer it.
There's nothing normalized about him. His performance was absolutely terrible, and there were many people who actually dared to say the truth. It was the worst debate performance in history. And you had a lot of Trump supporters on Twitter, in the media, saying it was one of the worst
So it was
debate
even
performances
worse
they ever
than
lost.
Biden's?
They ever saw. And they could blame ABC all they wanted to. Blaming those two? You can't get past that?
No.
Seriously? I mean, is he that bad? He's going to take on dictators all over the world and can't handle the truth about eating cats in Springfield, Ohio?
We're going to sneak in a quick break, and on the other side, our panel weighs in on
Oh, quick, shut him off. He said cats.
last night's debate. Donald Trump's non-answer on whether he would veto a national abortion ban. We're back in 90 seconds.
Oh, fabulous. Okay. All right, a little quiet. Oh, beach girl, good morning. Some guy from Maine. Oh my God, wow. Kamala never addressed killing 13 service. Good point, Maine. Kamala never addressed killing 13 servicemen in Afghanistan. No, she laughed about it. Good morning.
Yep. I provided receipts for that too.
Yes.
Okay, slow down.
Yes. Oh, this little reprieve from AIDS is nice, I must say.
Mm-hmm.
So today what do you think is going to happen today? Do you have like a feeling, like some sort of like premonition, or
I don't know. I don't
just
know. I just got a
something?
bad feeling about today.
Oh, you know what? You know what can remove a bad feeling though? God, you know what's about to happen. I'm pretty damn sure of it. Could you maybe work the Holy Spirit through some of us to counteract whatever evil's about to happen today and use us as your vessels? I'm just saying, for those who are receptive to it. And just use us to do your work in the face of this bullshit. Amen.
President Kamala Harris. Joining the conversation, we have the BBC's Katty Kay, Washington Post columnist Eugene Robinson, CEO of the Messina Group, Jim Messina, and in Philadelphia, NBC News national affairs analyst John Heilman.
Let's go around the table. And why don't we start? Anybody who's won a Pulitzer Prize?
Oh, that's hoity-toity.
I'm gonna hug him and squeeze him.
From the beginning, the opening minute was the alpha female on that stage.
Did you assume her gender? Do you even know what a woman is?
Was. And she got her points across, while at the same time she knew exactly what buttons to push.
This guy always sounds like he's trying to swallow a bowl of ramen while he's eating at the same time, or while he's talking.
Uncooked ramen or cooked?
No, cooked ramen, but it's cold. It's been left out. It's starting to get like that left out ramen smell. Like, oof.
Looking right at him.
And looking right at him.
That's what his breath and his sweat smells like.
Okay, that can actually make me. That's listening. I can feel it right here. A gag response happening. Okay, don't do that. I know what that odor is. I know what that.
On a Wednesday.
On a Wednesday.
I mean, if there were a mercy rule, it would have been called after the first half hour, 45 minutes.
It would have been called very, very early. Let's play a clip right now on abortion. Here we go.
You see, like, look.
Well, the reason I'm doing that.
So what they just did. This is supposed to be journalism. If there had been a mercy rule, it would have been in the first 40. It would have. It would have happened totally early. These are the people that are supposed to be giving you journalistic observations about what happened. They should be breaking down every little thing that both sides said, but you can see exactly what they're doing. All they're doing is talking about what Trump said the entire time, because Kamala didn't actually say anything. It was the moderators debating Trump, and then Kamala would just sit there with her prepackaged line, like, oh, this is the time when I say this, blah, 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 blah. Just like Mary said last night, she was there to make sound bites.
Mm-hmm.
And the narcissist in her, the psychopath in her, couldn't stand there without being a condescending bitch and make all the faces and do all the things and prove why 93% of her staff has left.
Thank you.
Because this is the attitude that she rolls with, is that if she's willing to do this with somebody who's actually been in the seat, he's actually been president of the United States. He's actually been involved in some of this decision making. And you want to sit here at the same time and talk about all these great plans as if you had not had an opportunity to do them. And I'm so glad that Trump pointed that out eventually.
Mm-hmm.
You had 3.5 years, 4 years to do them. Where is this grand delivery? You mean to tell me that you just saw Joe Biden destroying all this crap and you had all these great plans? Yet you're literally plagiarizing your mission statement off of Joe Biden's back.
Reading
the
beads. 45-1 is reading the beads. Okay, yes,
Every single thing that you said last night is just a continuation. And then you made the mistake of pointing over at Donald Trump and be like, you really want to go back to that? Do you think people really want to sit with the status quo where they're working multiple jobs? And she even pointed that out. She said, you really think a mother of two who's working multiple jobs and she can't afford this, she can't afford that, and you're going to put these tariffs, or maybe it was about abortion at that point, I don't know. And nobody thought to ask, well, why is that mother having to work 2 jobs? Why isn't she able to raise her children? Why isn't she able to afford child care? Why is that, Kamala? Why is that? So, if you guys, and I know you're not, but if you guys are buying into this narrative and you want to try to make Trump a victim here, please don't fall into that trap. Don't fall into that trap today. Did Trump have his best performance ever? No. But it's kind of difficult, you know what I'm saying, in that situation. But I'm not going to make Trump a victim. Instead, it needs to be refocused on what exactly Kamala Harris said. What did she say of substance? What did she do that was of any substance? Just like I pointed out last night, they started talking about the handshake. They were so elated about how she had to chase him down for a handshake. I wouldn't have shaken her hand either after what she's done to this country. Why would you? Why would you give her that respect? She's a scumbag. She's a fucking scumbag. I wouldn't have shaken her hand either. Just saying. So it's like, don't fall into this trap that they want us to fall in and try to make Trump a victim here, because she didn't do anything of any type of consequence to Donald Trump. I will say this. I don't think the needle moved at all last night. And they've said that essentially themselves in not so many words, right? They've said, well, yeah, the needle didn't move. Well, she certainly didn't do terrible. She certainly didn't do anything wrong. But we didn't really move the needle that much. So, and you have undecided women in Pennsylvania. Got video clip of that. Undecided voter woman in Pennsylvania said, I'd rather go back to Trump because I'm actually sensing with my eyes and my wallet and, you know, the world around me that things are going very, very wrong in this country. And I want some kind of return to sanity. And if it means bringing back mean tweets, let's do it. Because that's all that they're doing is they're essentially saying, look at all the mean tweets Donald Trump did. Look at all the lies. Can't you see how ABC pointed every single one of them out? Like I said, that's all about to be demolished today, guys. Give it 48 hours. And all of these people are going to be reeling again. They're going to be attempting to make it look like they've got their shit together, but they are going to be reeling, and they're going to be called out, and they're going to be decimated by the reality of the situation because they're just gaslighting people. That's all they want to do. Don't actually think that there could be Haitians eating cats, because you're not seeing that. You're not seeing that. Donald Trump saw it on TV. You're not. You're not seeing it on our network. So don't believe it. But I guarantee you that a lot of Americans today, if they get time, they're going to start searching, hopefully not on Google, God forbid, because you know that ain't going to bring up anything. They're going to start searching about Haitians eating dogs and cats in Ohio. Guarantee you. And they're going to find some shit because it's out there. So today, our job, as we've been sharing this out for a few weeks now, we've been talking about this for a few weeks, is to put the pedal down to the floor on sharing that material out so that people can see it. Sending it to your family and friends that are like, wow, did you see Donald Trump said they were eating dogs? Yeah, I did. And here's a clip of a woman saying they ate my dog. They ate my cat. Oh, here's an arrest video with a police body cam footage of a woman being arrested for eating a cat, for eating a neighbor's cat.
Yeah, those arrest videos are much more powerful than the personal account videos, I must say.
Yes, and they're
With
there.
a paper trail. Yeah, that comes with a paper trail. You were talking about how that one woman was talking about wanting to bring back sanity.
Last night, that became then
Have you
a
noticed?
rally version of Donald Trump. Which is to say,
Have you noticed that they've been using that term "sane washing" a lot?
as we like to call them here, who has
Yep.
life and isn't tuned into this every day.
The perversion of sanity.
I don't even know. I don't understand what he's getting at here. So John Heilman,
After what they
you're
tried to
there in
make
Philadelphia, you were
normal.
in the spin room last night. What was the sense of things from
I'm just
both
saying.
the Trump campaign?
These people like to
and Harris
pervert
campaign
things.
Afterward.
Well, good morning. And Joe talked before about how you watch something old political consultant's trick, which is to watch debates with the sound off, and you can get a lot on the visual there. That's true, and it definitely was the case watching this debate. I'll tell you what else you could watch with the sound off and have a good sense of how things went last night. The activity in the spin room, where the Trump forces were dejected, defeated, deflated.
See, this part gets me 45-1. They show videos, but they won't play the sound, and all they do is talk over
a few
it.
minutes before Donald Trump came into the spin room, that went wildly viral on Twitter because it looked like sort of saggy road. It was like a shot of kind of this is what defeat looks like, folks. These people who've been talking about Donald Trump before the debate, like he's Muhammad Ali.
Why won't they play his audio?
In the history of presidential debates, he's done it more than anybody else ever. He's going to wipe the floor with her. There will be surprises, Jason Miller said. She won't know what hit her, and they looked like they had their dogs and cats eaten over the course of that debate. It's also the case, I will tell you, that I can report definitively that there is one point of agreement inside the Trump war room and the Harris war room, where both of those war rooms were looking at their dial groups in real time last night. The dial groups that the campaigns are looking at last night showed the same thing, that in real time, the undecided voters that they were looking at, Harris crushed Trump throughout the night. I mean, David Plouffe and David Binder are not champagne cork popping kind of guys. I'm not suggesting they actually popped any champagne corks last night, but their attitude was that of metaphorical champagne poppers last night. And the people in the Trump war room last night were popping something different, which I think might have been Klonopin or Maalox, one of the two. It was an overwhelming sense of what happened last night was that the floor got wiped. I titled the podcast I have coming out this morning, Slaughterhouse 45, okay? It was, as
is that a threat?
As thorough a demolition.
He said Slaughterhouse 45?
I've ever seen.
That sounds like a veiled threat to me.
I don't know. The vote is very inelastic.
Trump can't say bloodbath, but this guy can get on MSNBC and say slaughter 45.
A number of strategic objectives here. One of them was the further introduction
You all right, Kevin?
to a lot of voters who still think they need to know more about her. They did some work on that last night, but the most important thing they did last night, and I heard this from donors and senior campaign people from
You're
Democrats,
muted, by the way.
elected Democrats all over the country, which was...
No, I'm going to send a link to you, and you're not going to like what you see. I didn't like what I just saw. It has nothing to do with kids. They're all adults, but it's Haitian. And I'm going to send you the link. Whether or not you open it, that's up to you.
Yeah, no, we're not playing. We're not playing.
No, I'm not saying playing it. I'm saying I'm showing you the things that they're saying aren't happening.
Yeah.
And I will tell the audience this. We will never show you some of the stuff that we come across. Some of the stuff that we come across is soul breaking. Well, it could be. It could be soul breaking. Disgusting. And what the mainstream media says is not happening. And what I just shared with 45-1 it wasn't about animals. It was just about culture. And I'll let you guys know something behind, the happy, cheery, kind of like sassy side of me and stuff like that, guys. I just want to let you know, digging through this stuff is, it takes a toll on a person. And just know that when I'm sitting there doing what I do and going through this stuff, every once in a while, you're going to see a mood shift. And it's because I'm looking at something that is I don't know if I'm so much angry as I am disgusted that our media lies to us at the extent of which it does. And our media actually puts us in mortal danger because, like, I am fully on board when Donald Trump says fake news. I can only imagine what the President of the United States has seen and what kind of information the President receives. Shit going on in this world, man. The stuff that they're importing is the stuff of nightmares. I'll leave it at that. As far as like what I shared with 45-1, it's just, I can't imagine. I don't know 45-1. Do you ever come across that kind of information when you're going through the digs and stuff?
I'm aware of it, yeah.
Yeah. It's just that they're trying to tell us that it's not happening. And they laugh about it. That's what gets me the most. The mocking laughter. The mocking laughter of the mainstream media as people suffer. And the media doesn't want us to look at it. And it's disgusting. Anyway, that's what happened when he asked me, am I okay? No, I'm not okay. But I'll carry on.
I guess we're on commercial.
Yeah, we're doing commercial. Let's see what the chat says over here because I see someone chatted. 7-6 says, oh, there were people actually talking over there on DLive. Yenko, it's called socialism. What is this? I don't know what this is about. I don't know what that is. On him to be at that site. Oh, that must be the 9/11 site. Okay. What a disgrace all these people are. Yeah. And good morning, everyone on DLive and other platforms. What about all the soldiers that died after signing up for war? After this, my brother has 2 Purple Hearts from the sandbox. Thank God he's with us, but the scars are clearer. What about them? Are we back on? Or is this a commercial still?
I'm not sure.
Oh, it is. It's the Velshi Band Book Club. The banned books that they get their hands on, because they're so banned. Okay, here we go.
And we had it was very interesting. It showed how weak they are, how pathetic they are, and what they're doing to destroy our country and the border with foreign trade, with everything. And I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had.
Jake, I didn't think I was ever going to witness a debate as devastating as the one that you and Dana moderated back in June, where Joe Biden basically tanked his re-election campaign. I think tonight was just as devastating. I think that Kamala Harris pitched a shutout on almost every subject I can think of. She shut Trump down on abortion. She shut Trump down on January 6th and democracy. She shut him down on national security and turned to the former president and said, the military leaders who served with you think that you're a disgrace. And then, as Dana mentioned, very powerfully at the end made the point that she is the candidate of change, and we need to turn the page from a decade of division and polarization. On substance, I think she pitched a shutout, and I think she did on style as well. I mean, the image of the debate to me is she's there happy, smiling, expressive, shaking her head and dismay at things Trump was saying. And Trump looked angry, scowling. She was looking directly at the audience. He was looking at the moderators and arguing with them. And something else.
And
Donald Trump looked old tonight.
Yeah.
Make no mistake about it. Trump had a bad night. He rose to the debate repeatedly when she baited him, something I'm sure his advisors had begged him not to do. In the first debate when Biden attacked him, he just kept his cool and kept going. In this debate, he rose to the debate, and we heard so many of the old grievances that we'd long thought that Trump had learned were not winners politically. She came out of this in pretty good shape. Now, how long this will last and is anybody's guess. But for tonight, at least, this was pretty much her night.
Gene Robinson, the refs have called it.
Yeah, right.
Unanimous TKO. People can be screaming in the cheap seats and blaming
the moderator. Blame the moderators, right? Blame the moderators who I think interjected like 3 facts or something like that to correct egregious, horrible, stupid lies.
Let him jump in many times.
You can just see, even in the spin room, it was probably his decision to go into the spin room. You could see how rattled he is, and you go, probably my best debate. Well, yeah, obviously nobody's going to think that. He's so used to being able to sort of create his own weather, create his own reality. Yeah. And it was Kamala Harris who did that last night, starting with the handshake, starting with going into his space and compelling him to shake hands with her. And I think he was off balance from that moment, to tell you the truth. Yeah. I think he realized he was not in control of anything on that stage. Right. Certainly wasn't in control of himself when she pushed his buttons. Right. It's hard to imagine how it could have gone worse for him. I suppose he could have passed out or something, but it was just as bad as you could think.
Yeah, I mean, Jim, the weirdos, insurrectionists, and freaks, as I've always called them, the people that lie for a living, trying to prop up this man. Yeah. They're struggling. The fact is that the truth is in the dial groups, as you said, but also in the reaction from Trump's campaign. He did everything they have been begging him not to do. Brit Hume was talking about it. Repeatedly, they've asked him to stay away from these hot button issues, and he even went after the dogs. I mean, seriously, just a completely unhinged performance. And again, physically, as Brit Hume said, and Chris Wallace said, he just was hunched over. He looked old.
He really didn't. Voters pick up on that. They understand very clearly that's the version of Donald Trump they didn't want. She did 2 other things last night that I think are more crucial. The first is she passed the commander-in-chief test. She had to pass that test. After Barack Obama had his first debate with John McCain, people saw him as president. That race was over after that. The second thing is she was able to frame this race in future versus the past. And that is where voters want to go. When I was running Obama, Bill Clinton would call me up in the middle of the night and say, all elections are about the future. Win the future and you will win the election. And he he played right into that. He played right into the past, the anger, the continuing to litigate the 2020 election. Voters hate that. It's not about them, that's about him. And he just continued to double down on it over and over, doing himself damage that even he couldn't get out. You know you're in trouble in the campaign when you have to put the candidate in the spin room to spin himself. Wow. That is a panic moment.
Coming up, much more coverage of last night's presidential debate. Plus, we will pause for a moment of silence on this 23rd anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks. Live coverage from the site of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan when Morning Joe comes right back.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. Mr. Tizio, thank you so much for the cookie. Good morning. Let's see who's all come in. You saw it here. Good morning. Oh, so how many of you actually saw the debate last night?
Oh, they all just they all arrived at the 9/11 ceremony together.
Did they?
Yeah, Kamala Harris and Trump shook hands again right around Joe Biden. He didn't even look like he knows where he's at.
Oh, that poor dude. You know what? I think I'm going to take this weekend off.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless something comes up. Maybe do a pop-up stream. But tentatively, I think I'm going to take this weekend off. Guess who's filling the dehydrator full of vegetables today during parts of the show? No, me. He's gonna be at work. Oh, that was sarcasm. Yeah, I'm gonna be loading up the dehydrator today with a bunch of tomatoes and carrots and bell peppers and such like that, because it's nice to have dehydrated vegetables when you are moving into the autumn and winter time. You don't need to refrigerate them. And when you want to make a soup, you just do what you do with your meat, sear it up, flavor it through. Oh, guys, have you ever taken beef and taken a gallon of water, or however much water you need to cover your beef, cube it up, and then put about a tablespoon or 2 of baking soda into the water, mix that up, and then let your beef sit in that for about 20 minutes. I think I have discovered surf and turf without the surf. The beef, you get the full flavor of the beef, but I swear, it tastes something like shellfish, like good shellfish, not bad shellfish, but it's almost like you're having surf and turf by the flavor profile. It's very satisfying. And it also tenderizes the meat in the process, like really tenderizes it. So let's say you have some like beef trim or you have like a generally tough cut of beef, about 20 minutes in a gallon of cold water and a tablespoon or 2 of baking soda. Try it out, see if you like it. It's my new favorite thing. It just amplifies the game in the beef industry, I must say, in the kitchen. All right, are we coming back? All right, here we are.
About to observe a moment of silence at 8:46 a.m. Eastern Time to mark the moment terrorists flew American Airlines Flight 11 into the North Tower of the World Trade Center on September 11th, 2001. It would take only seconds for New York police and fire crews to arrive on scene and begin immediate evacuations. At 9:03, the attackers then flew United Airlines Flight 175 into the South Tower. It collapsed 56 minutes later. At 9:37, American Airlines Flight 77 was flown into the western side of the Pentagon. 189 people were killed in that attack, 64 on board the plane, and 125 inside the building. At 10:03, after passengers and crew of hijacked United Airlines Flight 93 learned what was happening on the ground, they fought back, crashing the plane into an open field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. At 10:28, 102 minutes after being struck by Flight 11, the North Tower
This
collapsed.
is supposed to be the moment of silence.
You can imagine the looming sense of catastrophic loss as reporters showed up at hospitals to find nobody. Here now is that moment of silence.
Right, quick, march.
We are watching the remembrance of 9/11 taking place right now in New York City, the site of Ground Zero. There's a lot that happens here, given that the attack happened in 4 separate places. The reading of the names, though, the names of those who died, 2,977 people were killed in the attacks. Overall, thousands more were injured. The reading of the names really captures the magnitude of this attack. And Willie Geist, I talk about the reporters showing up at local hospitals during and right after the attack, because I was one of them. And I could not believe that there was just nobody there. There were empty stretchers and people waiting. And that's when I realized everybody was in the towers or in those planes, or they had rushed in there to try and save lives, losing their own.
Yeah, that was so haunting. You're right to point that out, which is the hospitals were on high alert across the city, down in Lower Manhattan in particular. Doctors are ready, round-the-clock shifts. The stretchers were out, the ambulances were ready to move, and nobody came, because obviously now we know that anyone who was in that building, a certain part of the building when the plane hit, and obviously everyone on the planes themselves were killed. There was no one to bring to the hospital. This is now the reading of the names, a tradition where families, from start to finish, read the names of all of the victims. And we see even in that moment of silence, families lifting photographs, those images that, again, were so haunting, plastered all over Lower Manhattan, people hoping against the odds, praying that they would be reunited with their loved ones, and putting those posters, the faces of their brothers and sisters and their children and their parents up all over the city. if you've seen them, please tell them we're looking for them. And those people never came home, and now their names are every year in a heartbreaking but in some ways beautiful tradition. Their names are spoken out loud again. And we saw the faces even in that image during the moment of silence of service members. As we talked about earlier, the ripples of that day, of the incredibly brave first responders who inspired us that day and continue to inspire us, who rushed into danger and gave their lives, all the first responders who've died since because of the work they did on that toxic pile for months after, first responders in the fire department of New York, in the police department, of course, all the people who volunteered for months and months and gave their time and effort, and in some cases, ultimately their lives, to look for survivors and clear that site. And then, John, of course, we think of the members of the military, the men and women who went to Afghanistan as we were all shaken and stirred and scared, the people who had the courage and the patriotism to say, where are we going? How soon can we leave to do something about this? We think about those who died in Iraq and Afghanistan. Think about the people who came home with scars, seen.
Are we going to talk about Afghanistan
today? And of course, the families of all the victims.
We're going to talk about how all of this culminated in you giving the Taliban $86 billion worth of military equipment.
Service members signed up on September 11th or September 12th because of what had happened that day and how they felt it was their duty, their patriotic duty, to do something, to respond. And certainly there are a few, though now 23 years ago, a few harrowing images that feel like they were just yesterday. How blue the sky was that day. Those missing posters that you mentioned that were hung up, particularly in Lower Manhattan around the hospital there, since closed. I, like Mika, was also at a hospital that day, and the rows of empty hospital beds, the rows of stretchers, doctors and nurses waiting for patients who never came. And then later in the day, just the unending smoke, the smoke that came up from what became known as Ground Zero, that smoke that stayed in the air for weeks and months. The smell that came with it, we'll never forget that. We should note here, as the families are reading the names of those who were lost that day. We do see President Biden. We see Vice President Harris there as well. Donald Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, also there. Politics set aside, at least for these moments, Mika. And what is always, every year, just such a heart-wrenching, somber, and yet noble ceremony.
Willie and John, you bring back such vivid images of that day that will stay with me forever. That blue sky, it was the most beautiful day. First week of school for so many kids, such a hopeful time, such fresh air, kind of a sense of renewal in the air. And then this happened. And I remember there were two real moments of realization as to what was going on in real time. And that was down underneath the Twin Towers. Such a powerful representation of what Americans, what people can do when they build something. And the force and the precision of that attack, looking up at those towers as the first one started crumbling and rolling down toward me, I remember being frozen in my spot, looking straight up at it because I could not believe what was happening. And a colleague, Byron
This is
Pitts at
Mika
CBS,
Memory
had to grab
Day.
my arm and drag me away.
Let's
The
not
second
listen to the
was
names being
inside
read
a
off.
school.
Let's listen to Mika's experience because
this
it's all
story
about
is
Mika.
really,
It's all
the
about
names
Mika,
being read
baby.
right now. We were hiding, but also giving water to and interviewing firefighters who were coming into the school, getting a breath of air, getting a drink of water, and then marching right back into the towers before the second one fell. And there was one firefighter doing an interview with us, and he begged us to tell his wife that he loved her. And then he turned around and marched back into the towers, never to be seen again. Those were the moments I realized this was like nothing we'd ever seen before. And all of those firefighters and cops walking in there were not going to walk out.
Not to be a bitch, but what are the chances that she had
We're listening
AI
to the
write that
live
for
reading
her?
of the names of the victims of 9/11, the remembrance ceremony in New York City, marking the moments 23 years ago today. We'll be right back. with more Morning Joe.
I hope you're all making you proud.
I really hope that she didn't have AI write that for her. I'm writing a letter to my father today because he is taking a Freedom Honor flight to Washington, D.C., as he was a Vietnam veteran, or is a Vietnam veteran. And so today I am writing a letter to my father, which will be given to him on his flight home. And for those of you who don't know what Freedom Honor flights are, these are flights meant for veterans who served in wars who, I mean, let's face it, the veterans of Vietnam were treated like shit. So this is a gesture of a son writing a note to his father, thanking him for his service and sacrifice. So that's on my agenda for today, along with filling the dehydrator with vegetables and tomatoes and such. And later on today, after the No Prisoners podcast, we are going to be with Adel Nero on 412 Productions. I'm expecting that is going to be another highly energized show. I'm thinking today's show is going to be quite energetic. I imagine there's going to be quite a bit of ranting, quite a bit of humor to go along with that ranting, and maybe even a little sassy commentary from yours truly. Who knows? Stay tuned. In about 53 minutes, we're going to be cutting to the No Prisoners podcast, the actual. As you guys know, this is the pre-show show. So at that time, we will turn Pilled off, and you'll lose connection briefly. Hopefully, we will turn it back on quickly enough that you won't get kicked out. But if you get kicked out of Pilled, just come right back to No Prisoners podcast channel, and we will have started the next segment, bringing us into the actual No Prisoners podcast. Thank you, everyone who has come to the pre-show. Oh, it's Wednesday. It's only Wednesday.
It's only Wednesday.
It's only Wednesday, guys. You know, if you put shaving cream on your mirror and then wiped it off, you wouldn't get mirror fog.
Hear that?
Yeah. Okay, and be sure that when you put if you do put shaving cream on your mirror, you put it on a thin layer and you have to let it dry first. And then when it's dry, then you wipe it off. And then it'll be like this clear film. It's not even translucent, it's very clear, you don't see it. Wipe off that dry shaving cream, and then your mirror is like fog free for at least a month, if not longer.
The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party.
It is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors.
Flattery and favors, and she controlled the night, and she controlled the night in large part, never being able to be pinned down on the past 3.5 years by Donald Trump, because Donald Trump was off on his own somewhere.
Oh, so you just admitted, Joe, that the last 3.5 years have sucked.
Figure out the Wall Street Journal.
It's just that Donald Trump wasn't able to pin her
Trump
down.
Spent much of the debate talking about the past, or about Joe Biden, or about immigrants eating pets, but not how it improved the lives of Americans over the next 4 years. And that neatly summarizes why the debate was such a mess for him.
I mean, anyone who's trying to spin this, that Donald Trump somehow won the debate last night, which I hear some are saying, they're flat out lying. That was just some of what we saw last night in Philadelphia during the first debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. We're going to break down more of the big moments from the debate stage straight ahead. Chris Matthews is going to join us here in Washington. But first, on this 23rd anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, we're about to observe another moment of silence. It will come in just 2.5 minutes at 9:03 a.m. to mark the exact moment United Airlines Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower. The building would collapse 56 minutes later. A separate moment of silence will mark that moment at 9:59 a.m. The third moment of silence this hour comes at 9:37 when American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the western side of the Pentagon. 189 people were killed in that attack, 64 on board the plane, and 125 inside the building. So as we prepare to observe that moment of silence, joining us now, columnist and associate editor for the Washington Post, David Ignatius. Before we look forward, take us back, David, to that day.
And David, let's take note that right after 9/11 and the years that followed, we would see the children of those lost reading their names. Now we're seeing the grandchildren of those lost reading the names.
That was a day that transformed our country, that taught us, I think all of us, as we watched the events happen, something about the nature of evil in the world, something about the nature of power and the need to respond to evil. I think, Mika, your earlier segment, just remembering what people saw against the names of the people who died is the simplest testimony to what happened. In the aftermath of 9/11, our country made a lot of mistakes. We did things that, as we look back, were unwise. We fought battles that were unnecessary. We went through a long period of wars that left the country weaker in some ways. But at the heart of it is that moment and the memory of those buildings going down and knowing we're under attack.
And let me say, we made a lot of mistakes, Mika. The biggest challenge right now is America finds that moment that we found after 9/11 and come together as a country again.
Let's pause now for the moment of silence.
And my and my grandfather, FDNY Captain James J. Corrigan. We love you so much and we miss you so much. Me and my 3 sisters wish we got to meet you.
Willie, obviously, again, we are moved by these events every year. And again, we are now seeing the grandchildren of those lost on September 11th. And so much has happened since that fateful morning. And as David said, we've made many mistakes. We've gotten a lot of things wrong as a country. We've gotten quite a few things right as a country. But if you talk to people that are usually like David Ignatius assessing what the challenges of America, the challenges facing America, many will say, as Richard Haas has said, that America's greatest challenges now come from within. That we must unite together as a people where we can once again disagree without being so hateful and so disagreeable. And that we can once again find the spirit that moved us through the days and weeks and months following September 11th.
Yeah, it feels a long way away, 23 years after, doesn't it? That spirit that we shared. I was struck too, as you see the young man on the right here and the sweet young woman who spoke a minute ago about not getting to meet her grandfather, that 23 years is a generation. It's a long time. And now we're into the grandkids and not just the kids. And again, when they take that wide shot and you see the photographs that are being held up, just the variety of firefighters, police officers, members of the military who were sent to Afghanistan and then Iraq to do something about what happened on that day, and the courage and the patriotism they showed. And there are a lot of numbers. You know, we talk about almost 3,000 people died on 9/11, but this is a family by family human tragedy that extends from the people who lost loved ones on that day, including the firefighters who courageously rushed into the buildings, to the service members who died later in the wars that were fought because of it. And these are families that this doesn't go away. If it recedes from the collective memory or the popular memory, it doesn't. You know, I think about the young son of one of our friends in our town who died, who was 14 years old, a freshman in high school, when somebody came to the classroom door at his high school and said, "Johnny, we need to talk to you. There's been an attack where your dad works." And that's just one story among thousands of people whose lives were totally shattered, totally reshaped, totally changed by what happened on that terrible, terrible day.
It is so hard to explain to my children as whenever we're in Manhattan and driving downtown, it is so hard to explain what the days and the weeks and the months following this horrid attack were like. But I always, David, keep going back to my feeling, and Mika's talked about this before. She's down there for so many weeks afterwards, but my feeling in immediately following September 11th, and I think I was there a couple of weeks after, and just walking downtown, silence, no horns honking, no commotion. And I was telling my children, I said, Lower Manhattan was like a cathedral. It was like a cathedral that still housed the souls of the dead of that day. And people from across America would come together. Whether it was fire trucks rushing up from Alabama or people from the Midwest rushing in to do whatever they could to help New Yorkers. We came together as one in this great cathedral that was Lower Manhattan.
So, Joe, that's a beautiful image. I've never thought of Lower Manhattan after that terrible catastrophe as a cathedral, but you're right. You know, the kind of the light rayed with dust, the way in which the sun looked a little different. I think the wonderful thing about remembering 9/11 today and each year in recent years is it reminds us where we want to be as a country. It reminds us of what unity feels like. And I don't want to overlay talking about 9/11 with today's politics. That just seems wrong. But we do know that being together as one country is what was broken in recent years.
Well, and it is all right, David, for us to say we want to come together as a nation again, like we did following that. I remember seeing an image one of the first shocking images of people coming out from Ground Zero after the buildings fell. And I noticed that there was dust. They were covered with dust. They were covered with the remains of those buildings, probably the remains of the people, and not being able to tell whether they were white or black or Indian American or Asian. And I remember 23 years ago looking at that image saying, my God, that's how God sees us. He can't tell the difference. But I knew in that picture that every one of those people were Americans, Americans that we all instinctively wanted to protect from that ever happening again.
So I think we all say a prayer on this anniversary, but we should every day, that unity and sense of all being part of one country, e pluribus unum, out of many one. That's our core idea. It is still strong and alive. I felt, to go back to the other thing that's on our mind, the debate last night, I did feel that voice of, let's turn the page, let's be one people, let's go back to our best selves. I heard it expressed as well as I have in many years. And it does connect in a straight line with the emotions we had 23 years ago when this terrible event happened.
And what everybody gathered now at Ground Zero in Manhattan are doing now, which is remembering together those who died, whether it was people working inside the towers or the first responders who selflessly, just out of sense of complete duty, went running into them, knowing, many of them knowing, they wouldn't make it out. And Willie, today we celebrate those people who tried to save lives. And we remember their service and their efforts, and also the weeks after 9/11, when everybody seemed to come together and speak the same language, which was how to help each other through this.
Yeah, and there was a moment just a couple of minutes ago, I'm in no way suggesting we have recaptured the spirit of September 12th, but there was a moment, given what we saw last night on the debate stage in Philadelphia, where Donald Trump and Vice President Harris did shake hands, pats her on the hand there, smiles at her. Obviously, this is one moment, one event. Those two, President Biden, former President Trump, separated only by Mayor Bloomberg, a handshake between Vice President Harris. John, fascinating to see that. Not surprising, the way it should be here at Ground Zero, but given where we were 12 hours ago on that debate stage.
Yeah, it is nice that this is the one day, or at least one morning, every fall, even every campaign season, where politics is set aside. You'll recall in 2016, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton had a similar moment. They were both there amid that fierce campaign. And one of the decisions, we watched the ceremony here, one of the decisions that was made right there in 2002 for the first anniversary of September 11th attacks, and I was there covering it, was that there would be no political speeches. No politician would get up there near a microphone. That was Mike Bloomberg, who was mayor at the time and now sort of oversees a lot of this as part of the 9/11 Foundation, helped make that decision. They have stuck to it ever since. That the only names, the only voices we hear are loved ones, friends, relatives, reciting the names of the lost. There's no political speeches, no attempts to make political points. That is set aside, at least for this one morning every fall.
And as we watch the names being read, some by family members who are old enough to remember this, who lost somebody, and you can see on their faces how much this still hurts 23 years later. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go through the big moments from the debate stage last night in Philadelphia. Chris Matthews joins the discussion, plus the latest consumer inflation.
Okay. As some of you may have heard, my father is taking that Freedom Honor flight, going to DC and then coming back. And then on the way back, they do mail call for the veterans as they're returning home. And so I've written a letter to my father. I probably should have written it on this side because it has a much nicer graphic than this side, but you know, such as it is. Anyway, this is what I wrote my dad. I said, "Dear Dad, as I sit here trying to put into words what your journey means to me, I find myself overwhelmed with a mix of pride and gratitude. Here you are, embarking on a Freedom Honor flight, a testament to your service, your sacrifice, and your enduring spirit. Dad, Father, you never spoke to me much about your experiences in Vietnam. I'm sure you had your reasons. I imagine you remembering your friends and fellow service members in this moment. I pray for your safe return and know I love you. Your son, Kevin." Commandment number 4, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is honor thy mother and thy father. I don't know how many of you are children of a Vietnam era vet. I don't think any of our childhoods were particularly easy dealing with a parent who is a Vietnam vet. I will say this. I love my father and my mother, and I'm blessed to have them in my life. I'm just going to continue filling out this envelope to make sure it gets to La Crosse, Wisconsin in time, because I have until the 14th, and today is the 11th. So I need to get this out in the mail to make sure it reaches the office in time for this flight. Let's see. Across Wisconsin. Five, 4, 6, 0, 2 dash 0, 5, 0, 5. And then, all written, by the way, with a Wood Geek pen. I must say, love these pens. Love these. I want to get more pens from Wood Geek. These are amazing pens. And now to seal it off with a Purple Heart Forever stamp. There we go. What do you guys think? Should I cut off the tags at the top of the stationery to make it look more neat, or do you think it's appropriate to leave the tags on? Let me see how it folds. You know what? I think I can leave the tags on for this. Let's see, one fold. And then if I fold it back down like this. There, so it's nice and folded up like that. And then into the envelope. And there we go. Oh, they're back. Ugh. Anyway, here we go.
Bill has no plan. And by the way, he was president for 4 years.
Remember the
and had
joke?
no plan.
In 2 weeks.
Right.
We're going to be announcing that in 2 weeks. We're going to have more on this in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks turned into 9 years.
9 years.
He has nothing. Let's bring in Democratic Governor J.D. Pritzker of Illinois. Thank you very much for coming on the show this morning. What were the highlights to you 2 of last night's debate?
Well, I have to say there was a massive contrast here. It was like darkness and light on the stage, and you have to.
I don't know what
admit
happened
that,
there. Mika went chipmunk
when you
for a
listen
moment.
to Donald Trump, it was just one lie after another. Putting aside the craziness of people eating dogs and cats that he was talking about, there were just the consistent lies about, oh, he's the one who saved Obamacare. The exact opposite. It was John McCain. We all remember. And it was Donald Trump that was trying to rip apart health care across the country. And then don't forget the lies that he was telling about, what he did to save Americans during the COVID-19 pandemic. He was the one who caused so many problems for so many people. And frankly, we lost more than 1 million people in part because of his failings. I was in the middle of that. I made calls to the White House.
I'm going to go slice some tomatoes.
Here in Illinois from Donald Trump. So I can tell you about the lies. I lived through those and had to fight through that for, an entire year.
Well, Governor, you're talking about the Affordable Care Act and John McCain. All he did, after John McCain voted no, when Donald Trump was trying to abolish the Affordable Care Act, is attack and ridicule John McCain. After that, attack and ridicule John McCain while he was dying, attack and ridicule John McCain after he was buried. It continued, and you talk about darkness versus light. That was last night. Darkness versus light, grimness versus joy. But also, as a politician, you can speak to the importance of this. The past versus the future. And every campaign is about the future, isn't it?
It is. And again, weak and pathetic on one side of the stage and strong and presidential on the other side of the stage. We need somebody who's talking about how do you lift up middle-class Americans, working-class Americans, the most vulnerable in our country. Donald Trump didn't talk about that at all. It was just grievance after grievance. And we should have come to expect this. But I must say, before the debate, I really felt like he had a real chance at winning that debate because he's great at, misdirection, right? He can somehow change the subject and people follow him to the craziness. The reality is that Kamala Harris managed to stay on message. Yep, she pointed out the lies, but she managed nevertheless to, keep that to a minimum and get back to the question of what's she going to do to help people buy a home? What's she going to do to put money back into young families' pocketbooks so that they can afford to have a family? What's she going to do to lower prices in the United States? So I think she did a terrific job, and I must say she so far exceeded expectations. And frankly, I don't know if he met or came below what I thought were kind of medium expectations for him. But either way, I talked to my son this morning who's in college, and we both agreed that, the differential was so huge that you can't help but think that there were voters who really moved. Maybe they just moved to undecided from leaning Trump. Maybe they moved from undecided to leaning toward Kamala Harris. Or I think many people moved to Kamala Harris because they got to know her in that 90 minutes.
That's certainly what the data showed in the focus groups, and people with dials on both sides, Mika, that with the undecideds, as David Plouffe said, it wasn't even close.
Well, Democratic Governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, thank you very much. And to your point, and I'll proceed what I'm about to say with, she was heavy on her facts, on information, on experience, on what to say about Donald Trump's record and what her own plans were. So now I'm going to go into the next part of this, which is the optics of it, because this is TV. And Donald Trump was, until last night, the king of TV, Mr. The Apprentice, Mr. You're Fired. And he was told by Kamala Harris point blank last night, you were fired by 81 million people. And I believe it went downhill for him from there, and it was her face, the optics of her face listening to him talk, which was a cross between, I can't believe I'm listening to this blowhard lie his butt off, and at the same time, I kind of feel sorry for him because he's so pathetic.
There were a couple of times at pity shown through there, just like viewers every morning
like,
watching this show.
Are you okay?
Looking at me, asking the same question: Are you okay, Joe? Or are you okay? No, I'm not. And that's why we have a lot of guests with us. So let's bring in right now former MSNBC host and contributor to Washington Monthly, Chris Matthews, reporter for the Washington publication Notice, Jasmine Wright. She extensively covered the Harris's 2020 presidential campaign, and David Ignatius is still with us. Chris, you've seen a lot of these debates, and we're obvious. We've talked about the obvious here. We've talked about how bad Donald Trump looked. We talked about how well Kamala Harris did. Let's talk about, though, what we were talking about the morning after the June debate. And I kept talking about all of the missed opportunities that Joe Biden had, all of the layups that he couldn't put in, all of the easy shots that just didn't go. We could say the same thing about Donald Trump. Any sane Republican running last night would have stayed on Afghanistan, would have stayed on 9% inflation, would have stayed on high grocery bills, would have stayed on gas prices skyrocketing over the past several years, would have even moved in on the deficit and the debt, even though Trump was weak there. There were so many things that he could have talked about and stayed on them. He just couldn't do it. And that's, again, the Wall Street Journal opinion writers who are clearly cheering for Donald Trump and are clearly against everything Kamala Harris stands for. They basically said the same thing. Kamala Harris had a free walk in the park last night because of Donald Trump's idiocy. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what they said.
Well, the problem is, David Axelrod once said in an article I read when Obama was running in 2008, that every changed election is an opportunity for the outsider, the newcomer, to lambaste the incumbent.
Right.
Mm-hmm. What she did last night was flip the table. She said, wait a minute, you're raising a national sales tax. That tariff of yours, she wouldn't even call it a tariff. She said, he's going to raise taxes of $6,000 a couple, a family. She made them play defense on inflation. How did she do that? Well, she just did that right up front with a sales tax.
The Trump sales tax. She talked about the Trump abortion bans. I mean, again, that's a wild thing that Donald Trump did at some point turned to her and go, wait a second, you've been in the White House for 3.5 years.
She didn't do it.
But Trump could not do that. He was so
Everybody knows that she's been in the White House for 3.5 years. Why does Donald Trump need to say that out loud?
A fawning attack on him.
You know what? It's easy to do that when, like they said, she didn't even explain it. Like the tariffs, they don't even define. So it's like this whole argument that they're building is yet again based on some straw man, not based in reality. It's a conflation. So of course it's easy to do that. Now, what's also easy to do is preparing food for storage. It just takes a little bit of time. But would you look at these tomatoes? I've got one little.
Would you look at that?
Just look at it. Just imagine how tasty that's going to be later. But yeah, I'm going to go continue processing food. I'll be back in a bit. Oh my gosh, why am I on the big screen? You know I'm not morning ready. Yes. Here, show the tomatoes. Thank you.
Here's the other vegetables.
Yes. Yes, and fruits. All right. Yeah.
These guys. My God, what is with the weird ass people they put on the screen in these fucking shows? What is with these weird people? Believe me. You look like your face has been shrunk into one point on your head. All right. 8:30. Let's go ahead and make a rumble swing swang. What are we at? 149 episodes.
Yes, we are at episode 149. You know what? I should start putting the episode numbers into the pre-show.
Yeah, that'll make it easy on me.
I will do that. I'll try to remember to do that. Were you there when I was reading the letter I wrote my dad?
No, I was outside taking care of chores.
Okay. Setting up that first one, I'm going to go back out to the kitchen and fill up another tray in just a bit.
Making the Rumble stream.
Okay. Okay, do you need me for anything in the immediate future?
Nope. I'm good.
Going back to the kitchen. Be back in a bit.
All right, let's see. Rumbo. Lord knows I can't adjust the channels in the studio anymore, so now I have to go all the way out here and do it. It's great. Thanks, Restream. Really. Hope you guys are listening in, you Ukrainian cucks. All right, NPP Rumble, ready to rock. All right, let's do a live stream. Nine o'clock a.m. episode 149. The Copium. Gaslights Extravaganza. Gosh, I spelled that right first time. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Sorry, I know I'm quiet. This is par for the course when I'm prepping the show. I get into the zone. I do my thing. And yeah, I listen to these retards in the background. So you just have to bear with me. There's a lot that goes into getting this thing fired up. Yes. All right, there we go. All right, so that's ready. Now I just need to make an image. Guess I could show you guys this. Hold on. Create a political cartoon at 16:9, a ratio that depicts should Oh. Hold on.
on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Okay, let's bring in NBC News senior business analyst and host of the 11th Hour, Stephanie Ruhle, and co-anchor of CNBC's Squawk Box, New York Times columnist Andrew Ross Sorkin. Good to have you both.
So, Andrew, let's first start with the inflation number this morning, and also let's talk about like oil even. Well, yesterday I was talking to somebody in a country very dependent on oil. I said, why is oil below $70 a barrel? I said, we're asking that question too. It just keeps going down.
Well, it does. And, you know, one of the things, though, and it's interesting politically, we've talked for months about how, you know, every gas station, when you look at the corner and you see the price of gasoline, that is your sense of how the economy is doing. Well, the price of gas has come down materially. On average, we're $3.26 a gallon across the country. In large parts of the country, by the way, you're under $2. In some places, it's $2.81. You can get down to $2.65 in some places. And interestingly, in many swing states, it's come down even more materially. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that actually weighs ultimately on the election. Of course, energy and food is not part of what they call the core CPI number when it comes to inflation. So you're supposed to take that out of the picture. For the purpose of the way the Federal Reserve is going to be looking at this and trying to figure out, okay, what's happening here. It's going as expected. This is what they said they were going to do.
I don't know.
By the way, President Biden said they were going to reduce inflation, and that is exactly what's happening. For the Federal Reserve's purpose, the question now is, what do they do about the unemployment situation, and is the economy cooling down? It is. And there is now going to be a question of how much, of course, they're going to cut the rate. I still think at this point it'll be cut by about 25 basis points in September. But in terms of just how people feel about the economy, the good news is people are still spending money. That has not abated. Housing has been firmer than I think people had expected. So when people talk about getting into a first-time home, you heard former President or you heard Vice President Harris talk about trying to get people in homes last night. That is still a very, very sticky issue.
Yeah, I mean, Steph, we're looking at the Dow dropping a little bit here as we speak the morning after the debate, a couple hundred points. But to the substance of what we heard last night on tariffs, it's not Kamala Harris who's making the case that tariffs are a tax on consumers. It's just a statement of fact that they're a tax on consumers and that will not help with inflation, which, as we see, is ticking down. Vice President Harris also could have cited the historically low unemployment numbers, GDP growth, small business startups, the highest they've been in 5 years, much higher than they've been in 5 years. And even the report we saw last week from Goldman Sachs economists, which said explicitly that growth would be better under a President Harris than it would be under a President Trump based on their existing plans.
We heard a lot of that from her last night, but it's tricky, right? When the first question she was asked,
Are the American people better off today than they were 4 years ago? And she didn't definitively say yes. And the reason is it's complicated, right? You just said it. You know, housing is still expensive. Insurance, car insurance, insuring your home, hugely expensive. So it is a complicated question for her to answer. However, Donald Trump did such an awful job addressing the economy last night. It was like a gift to her, right? When they talked about the economy, he handed Joe Biden, right? And he said, you know, I gave him a good economy. You know, the things that were bad, it was because of COVID. And what I learned during COVID is we don't manufacture anything here. That's why we need the tariffs. We're not making any chips here. We need these tariffs to help us. And she looked him square in the eye and she said, the tariffs? They're going to cost the American people so much more money. You're right. We don't produce enough here, which is why we passed the $53 billion package to have the CHIPS Act to bring manufacturing back. It was so strange. It's like he walked into it. Many people are wondering, does he know how tariffs work? Because on a rally stage, when he says, we're going to tariff China, people get excited and they hold their Made in USA signs up. But all tariffs end up doing is costing the American people way more money. And it's like Donald Trump walked right into it. And it could have been a potentially good point for him, because even though you lay out all the really good data, people still feel that life's more expensive. On average, everything costs 20% more than it did when Donald Trump was in office. And he should be able to do something with that, and he can't.
So, Steph, let's talk about that. We expect the rate cut coming in later this month. What will the real world implications of that be? Just walk us through. We've been living with this idea for so long. The rate cut's coming, the rate cut's coming, the rate cut's coming. Now it seems like it actually will. But give us some concrete examples of how it will change things and how quickly, considering how close the election is.
Listen, it takes a little bit of time, but remember, this is about borrowing costs. It makes everything cheaper to borrow, so your life will get cheaper. It's a huge positive. Now, you're not going to find things happening overnight for the average person, but voting is about what is going to happen in the future. It'll be a very good thing for VP Harris, for President Biden. Last night, Donald Trump really flubbed on the economy, which is a vulnerability for him. I mean, I talked to big...
Cheaper to borrow. In a flourishing economy, you shouldn't have to borrow. Borrow implies that you have to pay it back. And that's where we are right now, where people are having to use credit to buy their groceries. Just saying.
Big Wall Street guys throughout the debate, and the only thing they kept saying was, well, I don't know her policies enough. And what did Donald Trump say besides tariffs when it came to health care? I'm working on concepts. So it was a very big win for her.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that too, Andrew, which is, what does the Wall Street Journal editorial board, what do the people on Wall Street, the CEOs you talk to, say after a performance like that, when the foundation apparently of his economic plan is tariffs, something I trust most of them are fundamentally against? I guess it's a lower corporate tax rate, it's less regulation. What else do you hear when they hear that kind of presentation last night, and not just there, but at the rallies?
Well, the truth
about
was,
his
I think
policies?
Put the policies aside. I think the truth was that there were a lot of Wall Street folks who went into that debate having been told repeatedly by former President Trump that she was incoherent, that she could not string two sentences together, that she was not somebody who could articulate a plan. And I think they walked out of there. You can read Elon Musk's tweets last night where he's saying she's exceeding expectations. Now, they may very well have had a low bar, but I think we all saw with our eyes that she was very articulate about how she was planning to prosecute the issues in front of her. You may disagree with some of the policies. Obviously, there's questions about some of the details of those policies, but I think in terms of, just presentation, is she up for the job? That question was taken off the table last evening for a lot of folks on Wall Street, the donor class, if you will, that had questions about these things. And I think that is actually a major win in her camp this morning.
CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin and Stephanie Ruhle, thank you both. Stephanie will be watching the 11th hour at 11 o'clock Eastern right here on MSNBC. We really appreciate it. All right, so final thoughts, Jasmine, on the debate last night. What's like the one thing that comes to mind?
You know, we reported today in our Notice newsletter, it's out this morning, that even Vivek Ramaswamy, somebody who was a former
All right,
Trump rival
guys,
turned,
we'll see you on the other
surrogate for
side.
him,
Kevin
said,
is
"Look,
not here
did she
to
exceed
manage
the
this,
low expectations set
so
for her?
I will do it.
Perhaps she
But thank you guys so much for hanging out for the pre-show. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes, so hang out. I'm going to get this fired up here in just a moment, so just give me a second to let this go ahead and start counting down, and we'll see if we can get this to flip over without a problem here. All right. Okay. See if I can do this solo. We about to find out. Okay. Guess I need to come over here. All right, let's see.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, you can go ahead. That'd be awesome.
All right, I'm cutting the stream on Pilled now. Just waiting for it to come up. And for some reason, it's taking a while.
There you go. It's up.
Did you? It's not coming up on my side. It's not. The window's not opening. Is what I'm trying to say.
What?
Oh, here it comes. Okay. Turning Pilled off now. All right. Turning Pilled back on. You said it's on?
Yes.
Okay. Finding it. Turning it back on now. It didn't disconnect.
Yes, it did.
Oh, did it? It didn't. It's not showing it on my side.
Not in that chat, no. It's in the new chat.
Yes. Okay.
In this spiritual, fifth-generation war, the biggest weapon we wield is truth. This is the No Prisoners Podcast with your host, 451 Actual.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's your boy 451 Actual here with the No Prisoners Podcast. Happy hump day to you. Good to see everybody out here in the chat room over here on Pilled. Thank you guys so much for joining in. Really appreciate you. And everybody else joining on the other platforms, thank you so much for being here. Make sure you head over to pilled.net at some point if you haven't already made an account. And make one so you can join us after the top of the hour. We got plenty of stuff to talk about, obviously. Last night, the debate against Donald Trump and Kamala Harris went about as I expected. I knew it was going to be some kind of trap they were trying to set against Donald Trump. And Mary, who was our guest panelist last night, did an excellent job breaking it down, saying that, you know, the entire thing was to her to make sound clips and sound bites that they're just going to try to drag her to the finish line with come November. And she accomplished it. And at the same time, put on a clear showcase of who she really is as a person. The question is, will the NPCs pay attention? Well, that is our job here, friends. We're going to be slinging out the info ammunition today, the truth behind all of the matters, and we will be giving that to you guys so you can take it forward and share it with those NPCs out there if there are still undecided. Again, it's really not that hard. All you got to do is just look at the last 4 years and say to yourself, look at all these grand plans that she's essentially lying about. You've had Bernie Sanders telling you that she's lying. She's not putting her true colors forward. You've got Kamala Harris of the past showcasing the lying going on, and so many more examples. We'll be going through that. Plus, just what everybody is actually seeing, hearing, and experiencing here in this realm of reality that Kamala Harris just doesn't really seem to be attached to. So we'll be going through all of that. Again, thank you guys so much for hanging out. If you guys were part of the pre-show, really appreciate you hopping back in here. I've got some ideas on how we can make that a little bit more fluid moving forward so that we don't have to stop the stream. So I'll work on that with Kevin after the show. So if you guys got kicked out and you had to find your way back, I apologize. We will fix that moving forward. So really appreciate you guys being here. Let's go ahead and get everybody helloed this morning. We got D Hext in the house. Thank you so much for being here. Said it sounded like she was coached by Obama. Yeah, 100%, dude. It was definitely an Obama-esque debate performance there. G-Man coming in with a can said, how about the Kamala cackle can instead of the come on, man, Joe? Yes, that is indeed in the works. We'll have that here in the near future. Thank you so much for that can.
Come on, man.
Let's see here. We've got Dark Maga CPA in the house. Good morning to you as well. There's Kevin in the chat. We got Malby Patriot in the house. Yeah, I think that's what that says. I think. Hold on. Let me zoom in a little bit more if it'll let me. Nope, not going to let me all of a sudden. Okay, there we go. Malby Patio, I don't know how to pronounce that, but welcome. Good to see you. Boys Blanc 89 coming in with a cookie. Said, day of prayer for 9/11 and our current state of our nation. Yes, indeed.
Oh, yeah.
Somber day of remembrance, which Mika could not stand to stay quiet enough to recognize. We'll talk about that here in a minute as well. Thank you for that cookie. We got the Gray Man in the house. Good to see you. Jen Kerr 2. Good morning to you. Matt Hat 1. Good morning to you. Let's see. Let's see. Matt Hat says, I had a barbell over my head when it happened. Went to a channel playing some Gordon Lightfoot, so not all bad, right? The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Let's see here. Mr. Tizo in the house. Good to see you. All right. Thank you so much for that cookie, Mr. Tizo. Appreciate you, bud. Nuclear family of 4, good morning to you. We love you too. Thank you so much for being here. And Don Ritchie in the house as well. There's Agent Feisty Mango hopping in. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. We got Barry Dillon in the house. Good morning to you as well. All right. I don't think I missed anything there. Okay, good. And there we go. Okay. First of all, I just want to kind of extend what?
Rumble, we've got Lulu and Love, Wood Geek, and WTF 5000. Good morning, guys.
I said good morning to the other platforms. Those platforms are substandard. Come over to pill.net and be part of the awesome chat over here. Thanks for watching. All right. I do want to point out that I'm done playing with Rumble and all these other platforms. Like, it just is what it is. We're literally over there to scalp you guys over to here. Like, if you haven't figured that out by this point, I don't know what to tell you. There are so many workarounds. There's a pop-up player if you got to do stuff in the background. There are all sorts of workarounds. All you literally got to do if you can't find a situation that works for you with Pilled is to email or message support, and they will get you set up. I promise you, they will do it. So there's really no excuse at this point. Go ahead.
He's right. We are trying to scalp you, and I will provide conditioner. So it's not all bad. It's not all bad.
Exactly.
Yes.
And Feisty is a professional scalper, so we got that going for us. It'll be as least painful as possible. Yeah.
Right? The teamwork. Yes.
All right. Let's see here. So, what was I going to say? Oh, yes. First, I do want to extend a prayer request for our good friend Coffee Talk with Sandra. She is not with us this morning because she had a death in the family. So if you guys want to get any details on that, you can ask her. But she is out of commission for the next little while and into the near future, as she grieves and is there for her family, which absolutely, I mean, no brainer, 100% understandable. So we're extending our love and prayers to Sandra this morning, our good friend and a guest host on Wednesdays, as she's dealing with a death in the family. So as you guys pray today, spend a little time with the Lord, just keep her in your prayers, dealing with a family death this morning. So we love you, Sandra. Take care out there, and we love you. All right. Okay, Kevin, how are you this morning? And give me your kind of initial takeaway from last night.
Okay, my initial takeaway from last night. Oh boy. Well, the moderators surely had bias. I didn't catch them actually moderating, more so guiding Kamala and attacking Trump, and that comes from a place of non-bias. Those were my observations. I thought Trump did a pretty good job. I noted that, Mary, since Mary's not here, I'll speak for her. Mary pointed out that he could have brought up more material than what he did. And that is true. Now, exactly what, Mary, the exact things, guys, keep in mind, I think I'm up too much. So my memory is a bit foggy. So you'd have to watch the replay. Donald Trump was interrupted quite a bit. And at certain points, Kamala's mic was not muted. It was a shit show from a production standpoint. However, I think that Donald Trump held his own. I think that Kamala was just digging deeper into the rhetoric, the way that she kept on bringing up Project 2025 and trying to pin that on him, trying to pin other debunked. What was that one debunked thing that's like really super? That whole Jackson thing, that whole thing, if I remember correctly, with the tiki torches and all that crap. Is like trying to like pin that on him, trying to say that he started the insurrection on January 6th, not including that Donald Trump his account was suspended on what was then Twitter, not actually setting up the facts as they played out, and cherry picking from points of history in order to bolster her assertions, which, when placed back into context, do not flesh out. And then one of the most egregious things that I noticed last night was Kamala Harris balking at the idea that children are being killed after birth and acting like that is a complete fabrication when we already have medical documentation of people who have survived abortions. And mainly what we're talking about in this context are children who survive the abortion procedure, and then there's a conversation between the doctor and the mother while this human being is suffering. And what they're trying to argue is that it's illegal to commit infanticide or homicide, and what they fail to mention is that they classify it as euthanasia after that point. So it's word games and wordplay, and it's dishonest. And I wish Donald Trump, President Trump, I wish that he would have been more specific at that point, because I know that Kamala, she's got to know. She's got to know what this actually is. And it was very evil of her to play this off and scoff at it. Let's see, what else were the takeaways? It was pleasant hanging out with you guys, and I'm wondering if there actually is going to be another debate. I've heard that the Harris Walz team says they're going to plan another debate, and I think that that's bluster. We're less than 60 days out, are we not?
Yep.
I think for now that that concludes my thoughts about last night. I know that you have more thoughts about last night, so I'm going to pass it back to you.
All right. Yeah, we definitely have a lot to talk about when it comes to everything that was claimed and fact-checked and not fact-checked, as it were. So, yeah, we're going to be getting into that. Let's see here. Excuse me. Judy, the lady pug, coming in, gifting a cookie. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for that. And then Son of Liberty 87 coming in with a can said, "Good morning, fam. And remember, jet fuel doesn't melt steel I-beams, but thermite does." Yes, that is so true. That is so true. Come on, man. Yeah, so, I pay my respects when it comes to the lives lost on 9/11. I will tell you guys that I was one of those young kids back then. I was in middle school at the time, to age myself there, but I was in middle school at the time, and I had made the decision after 9/11 at that point that I was going to join the military in some capacity, and ended up doing it. 17th birthday, my dad signed a waiver for me to join the military because I made that promise to myself like 4 or 5 years earlier. I think it was 4 years earlier. And I followed through with it. So, but after learning what I've learned over the past, decade or so about the realities of 9/11, it just makes me angry at the government even more because I know their involvement. I know the people who were pulling the strings on that entire thing within Israel and all of that. So I just kind of, I chalk it up as to, lest we forget and lest we let the masses not figure out what actually happened there. And God is just, and the people that did that to our fellow citizens will be held accountable. On top of all of the lies and rhetoric and BS that they spread, and then they threw us into 2 decades long plus war in the Middle East over fake vials of anthrax and all the lives that were lost. And then again, we can tie that in, we can weave it into the current day situation as the abandonment of our mission and equipment, and the memories of all the soldiers and the work that not only the soldiers of the United States military did, but also the translators and locals that were trying to assist the United States in their efforts were abandoned, and the equipment being left over there for the Taliban, just absolutely crapping on any memory of service members, whether they were supposed to be there or not, fought for their country. And that doesn't even count the ones who have lost a battle with their demons here at home. 22 a day. We spiked that number up there during the global war on terror because a lot of guys have realized, just like me, that we should have never been there. Same thing happened with Vietnam. And we had the disastrous pullout in Afghanistan. And all I can think about is my brothers and sisters who have either died or in combat overseas, or they lost that battle here at home. And it just makes me angry. So I try not to dwell on the whole 9/11 thing too much. That's all I'm really going to say about it today. And just pray for our country. Like, who was that said that just a little bit ago? I think that was Boys Blanc saying, pray for the current state of our nation. Yes, and just pray for people to continue to wake up and figure out what exactly is going on, the levers that are being pulled in order for people to remain in power in this country, and we need to take it back and give it back to we the people. So there you go. Anyway, all right, let's go ahead and get into it, guys. I got a bunch of cool opening videos, some funny ones here for you. So let's go ahead and break right on into it. Again, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, man. Coming across the border every time. All right, well, here is a spin on the Lord of the Rings, but it's out of the trailer park. This one is called The Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Rednecks. Enjoy this.
In the swamp shower where the trailers stand in line, Frodo's in the mud drinking homemade shine. Bilbo's on the porch telling tales all day long. Everything was quiet till the ring came along. Gandalf rode up on his mule named Joe, said the ring's trouble, we gotta hit the road. With the swamp behind and the mountains ahead, we're just good old boys doing what Gandalf said. Frodo's carrying the ring and it's dragging slow, but we're marching through the mud with a steady flow. Aragorn's a tracker hunting coons at night. Gimli swinging axes, but his aim ain't right. Legolas is prepping, shooting buds off logs. Harwin's painting toenails, yelling at the dogs. Saruman's a neighbor's always causing grief, scheming in his tower like a backwoods thief. With the swamp behind and the mountains ahead, we're just good old boys doing what Gandalf said. Frodo's carrying the ring and it's dragging slow, but we're marching through the mud with a steady flow. Frodo's feeling rough, that ring's getting mean. Sam's frying up catfish, keeping Frodo lean. Boromir's all tangled, lost in the dark. Galadriel's telling fortunes in the back of her yard. Gollum's that we're cousin we don't bring to town, but he's family, so we keep him around. With the swamp behind and the mountains ahead, we're just good old boys doing what Gandalf said. Frodo's carrying the ring and it's dragging slow, but we're marching through the mud with a steady flow.
Well, when you put it like that.
I'm just saying, like, can we have a whole new series or what? And, you know, Kevin, to the benefit of everybody here, I think we can actually cast this in reality. You ready for this? We can actually cast this in reality. Yes. Here we go. Somebody go and check on your folks in Alaska. Here you go.
All right.
Alaskans, of course we don't know what darkness is. We're Alaskans. Of course we're going to stay up past midnight, but complain about it in the morning.
This was filmed in Alaska, Alabama.
We're Alaskans. Of course, we're going to go fishing whenever we get the chance.
Are they on bug spray?
We're Alaskans. Of course, we're getting the packages we ordered at Christmas right now.
Family tree looking like a wreath.
Oh.
We're Alaskans. Of course, we're carry a bottle of bug spray wherever we go. Alaskans.
They're having fun.
Oh, man.
They're having fun.
I know they
That's
are.
cool.
I know they are. Oh,
Yeah.
goodness. All right. Well, of all the cruel tricks, looks like we found the most villainous of them all, Kevin.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
We have to that's what we're picking from for our cast?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, evil. Evil. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah. All right. Well, here is a time when humor was humor and people weren't sensitive enough. Check this out.
England.
English, right. Waiter, there's a fly in my soup.
Oh, yeah. Angleterre, 3 points. France.
Waiter, there is a fly in my soup. Do not worry, sir. The spider on the bread roll will get in.
La France, 3 points. Deutschland.
Waiter, there is a fly in my soup. Jewish wine!
Deutschland, 6 Punkten. Israel.
Waiter, there's a fly in my soup. That'll be £1 extra, sir.
Israel, 3 points. Ireland.
Waiter. Yes, sir. There's a fly in my soup. Don't worry, sir. I'll save him.
Yes.
Oh, man. Hilarious.
Yes.
And
Yes.
accurate.
Yes.
All right. Let's keep going here. All right. Well, sometimes you can just
no.
make up whatever excuse you want, Kevin. Here you go.
Hold on, I'm having prejudice bias right off the
When was
bat.
the last time that you had a period?
Oh!
You don't remember. Okay.
There could be a slight chance I might be pregnant now.
Really?
No.
Why do you say that?
I've been craving weird things that I'm not.
Normally craving?
Yeah,
And now you crave it.
like water.
some of it
I'm
could
craving
be-
water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bet you ain't pregnant. You're thirsty. You're just thirsty, bitch. Go drink you some water.
That's my 600-pound life, isn't it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
So let me get this correct. She thinks she wants to be pregnant because she's thirsty. Is that what's going on?
Yes. She said I'm
No,
craving things I don't normally crave. Like what? Water. I've
Water.
been craving water.
Your kidneys are probably failing. That's what's going on. Oh my gosh.
All right. Well, here's a
That
pretty
was
good
shocking.
compilation. Yeah, speaking of shocking, here's a pretty good compilation of shock for you.
Mm-hmm. I love the woman in the front.
Oh, shit!
That would be something you would do.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. My goodness, Feisty, you coming in like a raging thunderstorm right there. That was awesome.
Ooh.
Hello, good morning.
Well, good morning. Now you need to get used to turning my volume down. Kevin's
Rest
like,
in
oh
peace,
my
headphone
gosh.
users.
Oh, good morning, Feisty, dear. How are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. I can no longer hear you. Oh. Good morning.
Oh my goodness. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm wonderful. I just dropped it's not my oldest son, but my oldest son that's in school off. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Yeah. Yep. That was fun.
Okay. Good. I'm glad you got that done. All right. Speaking of
Yes.
kids and having fun with them, listen, I've been telling Tweak that we need to build some kind of awesome barge, party
Yes.
barge that we can just send out into our lake. But I also think that this is a great idea as well. We just need to find somewhere where this happens nearby. And Feisty, I think you'll totally be with me on this one. This is something that we need to do as a family unit. There you go.
I present you the Nets.
Some folks are born made to wave the flag, rule their red, white, and blue. And when the band plays, they give the cheese. Ooh, they point the cannon at you.
That is so awesome.
It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no senator song. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. Some folks are born silver spoon in hand. Laws on to help themselves, but when the tax man comes to the door, Lord, the house look like a rummage sale.
Charlie Gage, show mommy what you got going on. Charlie, you're not afraid of a little old fishy, are you?
That would totally be me laughing, by the way. Oh my goodness gracious!
Are those
Isn't that
salmon or
amazing?
trout?
I have no idea. I think they're
I
trout.
can't tell. They look like trout, dude. I want whatever they're
carps,
riding
one or the
around
other.
in because, like,
Yes.
that's cool for one. For two, I would totally be on board with that because I'd be sitting back there with the net. I'm just saying.
Oh
You
my
don't
gosh.
have to deal with any of the bait. You don't have to deal with getting the hook out of them. You're just catching them.
That's it. That's it. Just flying
I'm
through
so
the fray
for
and
it.
catching what you can.
Yes.
Oh,
And I
goodness.
wouldn't be standing there just holding it like that. I'd be all into it.
Yes. Yes.
I love it. That's good.
All right. So this is absolutely crazy. But what a shot. Check this out.
Well, geez, McCabe, it's not like we're trying to miss the thing on purpose.
Oh my Let's go!
We're so easily amused. Listen, dudes are so easily amused. Like, this would be me, Tom, and Tweak outside. Like, if we had some kind of challenge like this would totally be us. And we'd be out there for hours trying to get it. And then we eventually would, and we would definitely be like, let's go! Like, that is so awesome.
I am offended because I would totally doing it too. What are you talking
you
about?
would.
Like, I'm
Yes,
for
you
all of this stuff.
Look at that shot.
That is awesome.
It's so
Oh
awesome.
my gosh. I love it.
All right. Well, I put a couple of kind of halfway serious videos in there because this is actually kind of funny. Here is Judge Kathleen Ryan of Oakland County, Michigan, in the Detroit area, who has been removed from the bench for racist comments caught on tape. I'm just going to go ahead and play this out. That's not all she said. This is pretty funny, though.
The Honorable Kathleen A. Ryan presiding.
Good morning. You may be seated.
After more than 13 years on the bench, Oakland County Chief Probate Pro Tem Judge Kathleen Ryan is out of her courtroom. Chief Probate Judge Linda Hallmark removed Judge Ryan from her docket last week, announcing that a complaint about internal allegations of unprofessional conduct was sent to the Judicial Tenure Commission. Judge Ryan was arrested in 2021 for domestic violence, but those charges were later dismissed. And now she's back in the headlines.
Well, if you're black from any other country, you're doing way better. If you're an American black person, then you're a lazy piece of.
The 7 investigators have obtained the recordings that county officials say prompted Judge Ryan's removal.
Oh, he's just I have no use for him. I can honestly say that, okay, I'm not systemically racist, I'm a new racist. I never was, but now I am because you're shoving the down my throat and making allegations that you don't know about. You're telling me who I am and you've never met me. You. You.
Hutton says the judge also used homophobic slurs about other elected officials.
You know.
Yes.
She sounds
yes.
Can we clone her and put her on a way more benches? I don't know.
I mean, let's be real. I actually get what she's saying. Like, you're shoving this down our throats. So, hello, what do you expect to come from us?
And
I get it.
She's seeing the Detroit criminals, you know what I mean, that keep coming in and they're letting them go. And I'm sure she wants to, prosecute these people that are committing crimes. And it's the district attorneys and whoever else. And that's what's going on, is that this is a battle between her and the district attorney, who that she's calling a fag. That's who she's calling a fag, is because these people won't prosecute the crimes.
Right. And it's not that she's racist per se. You know what I mean? And that's where people are getting this twisted. It's not that she's racist. It's that she's tired of seeing these people be let go. Because, as we've seen, if it's a white person doing it, well, hello, you're screwed. If it's a black person doing it, it's like, oh, okay, go ahead. Because we've seen that. We've seen the Summer of Love. We've seen them come in to stores with trash bags and just load up on clothing items and makeup, this, that, and the other, and walk out and be let free. While what's happening? We're the ones paying the outrageous prices because everything's went up from being stolen. So I get it. I get exactly where she's coming from. And to fire over that, get over yourselves. That's so ridiculous.
Yes.
Can we have one more soundbite, please?
Yes, go ahead.
What?
Say the word.
What
word?
Fag?
Well, I was hoping for just that one word.
What?
That's
fag?
Terrible.
What is this, deja vu? Gosh.
Some new makeup and get even more glam because we've got a fag in the house. Oh!
Yes.
That seems like forever ago, doesn't it?
It does.
We've come a long way, guys. We've come a long way.
Yeah, we have.
All right.
Yeah, we have.
So I was going to ask, and I'm going to get to the love after this, guys. Again, thank you so much for all the donations. We love you. I'm going to get to them right after this. My IG feed is filled with Indians trying to do flips. I think there should be some Kamala Harris flip-flops injected into this video compilation to my memers out there. If we could make that happen, it would be absolutely amazing. But anyway, here are some Indians trying to do flips. They got tired of running into trains. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No, these are dots. These are dots. Okay. They stopped trying to dodge trains and do whatever with trains, and now they're just trying to do flips, and the results are about the same. Here you go. Ooh. As you can see, this is already going on.
Oh, this is already going to turn out bad. I'm scared.
Why does it keep pausing? Stop it. What is happening here?
I don't know, but my body already hurts.
All right, well, here's another one.
Oh, good.
Are Are they having
No.
issues with static
No.
electricity or something? Or
No.
what? Oh, no.
Oh gosh. Oh.
Okay.
I mean, I'll be honest, I was worried that there wasn't going to be anything there, so that kind of he caught him. This is WWE.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
gosh.
dude.
Oh, my hips. I mean, he got it. He just didn't stick the landing.
How are you gonna go into a giant compost pile full of elephant shit and try to do backflips? I'm just saying.
Ooh.
Worked. Nailed it.
Oh,
give it 10 out of
man.
10.
Anyway, I know,
his head's
right?
in the
10 out
sand.
of 10 on all these. There's so many of them, by the way.
Oh my gosh!
no.
I hope somebody
No.
hurried and got him out. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh! I'm about to have a panic attack over that one.
Is this the African salon down, the next one down? Okay, never mind. You're already past it.
No.
Oh, my gosh.
No. All right. So here's a feel-good little clip for you guys. This taxi driver cancels the charge for parents taking their son to a children's hospital. Here you go.
Mm.
You know what?
What the hell is that? Oh, it's a child.
Hey Joe, there's no charge today, mate. I don't charge people taking their kids to Great Ormond Street. No, listen, you give the money to him, get yourself a little toy. If you ever stuck up here and needs you back to Brentwood, there's my card, alright? Yeah, of course.
Please, I don't feel right not paying you.
No, you can either two choices, you can put a bit of money in the pot, or give it to your boy and get him a little toy, alright? Have a good day, mate, yeah?
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
See you later.
Alright, thanks a lot. See you later.
Very nice.
Powerful stuff, mate. I don't charge people taking their kids to Great Ormond Street. Never, mate.
Good dude, man.
You
Good
stop.
dude.
You're crying, not me, okay?
I know, right?
If only the world were more like that, what an amazing place we would live in.
You are so right. You are so right. All right. I got one more little video for you here. This isn't something that I'm sure Eric Swalwell thought that
good grief.
Yes, thought would make the highlight reel for our openers this morning, but the triggering is so real over the fact that the House Judiciary GOP posted this AI-generated picture of Donald Trump. It's a meme with a duck and a cat as he's helping them along. And listen to Swalwell's, this is real. This is yes.
They really are doing this?
This is real.
Okay, go ahead.
This is 100% real.
This is so bad.
What in the hell is this? The chairman tweets, protect our ducks and kittens in Ohio because he goes down some crazy rabbit hole, completely debunked that
it's a duck hole.
Aliens are eating pets? My God. Are you okay, Mr. Chairman? Because last year, for a very long time, you tweeted and promoted Kanye West as he was calling for genocide against the Jews, and you kept it up. And now, when we have victims coming here, you're tweeting this nonsense. I don't know why you would do this. I hope you're okay. I don't know if the aliens who are eating your ducks are in the room with us right now. But, Mr. Chairman, This is a serious issue. These people have loved ones who have been lost, and you tweeted.
Okay, I know what he's doing. I know exactly what Eric Swalwell is doing right now. When he says aliens in this context, he's not talking about illegals. He's talking about illegals, but he's not framing it as common sense, this is reality speech.
Right.
He's doing the same thing they did with coyotes trafficking children, where then they came out on the mainstream media and they're like, listen to these people, they're crazy. They think canines are like picking up babies and taking them over the border and stuff like that. In this context, Eric Swalwell is implying that these people think outer space beings are coming to get the cats and the ducks.
Right. Yep.
I don't know, but the
I shit thee not.
sensationalism is very ridiculous. He's a terrible actor. Like you can tell it's all a show.
Okay.
But it's I can never take him serious. Like he was, with a Chinese spy. Like why is he even in here? For one, like he shouldn't even be in any branch of our government. And I'm sorry, that was the worst acting job I think I've seen at all today. And illegals, yeah, they're illegals. He said it right the first go round. They are illegals, but to say that it's
Did
fake.
he say illegals?
Yes, he did say illegals.
He said aliens. He said
illegals too,
yeah.
and then he said aliens. But to say that it's fake, really, show me where this debunking proof really is. Because as we seen the other day, that lady, where was that at? Where she grabbed the seagull from the guy. Was that
New
here in
York.
the States? Yeah. See, now tell me again that it's fake. How about the woman that went looking for her cat and found it strung up?
Hanging?
Like,
Yep.
yeah, exactly. I get so tired of these people. They lie through their teeth, and it's just, oh my gosh. I don't know how anybody takes them seriously. I mean, we don't, but I don't even know how their side takes any of these people seriously. They're so stupid.
Well, Trash Discourse posted this directly under his video there, and it's not just Eric Swalwell lying through his teeth. He chooses another orifice.
Oh, good grief!
Too.
Is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election, and
and you could tell it was real because you catch how he's like, yep.
He helped the Ukrainians. All right. Let me see here. Ranger coming in and gifting a cookie says, I want to do that. Not talking about the fart on national television, but the catching the fish with the nets. Thank you so much for that. And then Paul Thaddeus coming in with a can. Thank you so much. Good to see you in the chat as well.
Come on, man.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. All right. Eric Swalwell going to be upset about this one. Mac and cheese brand sold in popular chain stores has been recalled. Oh, no. Yes, we got about 10 minutes before we go Pilled exclusive, guys. So we're going to finish out with these two stories here, and then we're going to make that switch. So if you're on the other platforms, please start making your way over to Pilled.net. Search for No Prisoners Podcast. Come and join these awesome folks over here in the chat. They will love to greet you and welcome you in on the conversation. A macaroni and cheese brand sold in mega chains, including Target, Safeway, and Stop & Shop, was voluntarily recalled over concerns that products may have spoiled due to refrigeration problems, according to a report. Rezzer's Fine Foods recalled two of its macaroni and cheese products last week, the standard and the white cheddar version, according to Newsweek. The brand pulled the 12-ounce products, which were sold in California, Illinois, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, after a refrigeration unit on a trailer malfunctioned. Let's see. The recall has been classified as a Class 2 risk, which means that the product may cause temporary or medically reversible adverse health consequences, like farting on national television, or where the probability of serious adverse health consequences is remote. per the FDA. 12 more of the brand's products have been recalled, including Reese's Essential Everyday Original Potato Salad, Reese's American Classic Scalloped Potatoes, Reese's American Classic Assaggio Creamed Spinach, and Reese's Raspberry Parfait Desserts. Customers who have purchased any of these recalled items are being advised not to consume the products, and those with allergies should take precautions. Reese's Fine Foods also voluntarily recalled Hill County Fair Mustard Potato Salad in July, sold in H-E-B and Joe V's Smart Shop locations in Texas, due to the possibility of pieces of hard plastic foreign material in the package, according to the FDA. So there you go, guys. Little recall for you to know about as we make our way towards the 10 o'clock hour. All right. Well, here you go. Kevin curated this story from the Babylon Bee for us, and it really does kind of accurately surmise what happened here last night. Moderators call a timeout to huddle and discuss strategy with Kamala. Midway through the first presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, debate moderators David Muir and Lindsey Davis called a timeout to discuss strategy with Harris. Excuse me, we'd like to take 10 minutes, please, said Muir to the candidates an hour into the debate. Vice President Harris, would you please join us backstage for a quick huddle? Should only take a second. Rigged debate, cried Trump in protest as the moderators turned off his mic and went backstage with Kamala to rehearse her answers to the next round of questioning. These are the worst moderators in history. No one has seen anything like this in the history of this country, maybe in the world. It's a disgrace. Several sources reported that the three later emerged from their meeting and continued the debate. Witnesses claim Kamala downed a few glasses of wine before taking the stage once again. At publishing time, David Muir had asked Trump the hard-hitting question, "Why are you a terrible person, Mr. Trump, and how do you sleep at night?" So there you go. All righty. Let's see here. Well, we are about 8 minutes away here, so let's see, what do I got lined up here first? Okay. We're going to come back, and we're going to watch this after the commercial break, which we'll go ahead and spin now. So, if you guys want to head over to Pilled.net, the ultimate free speech platform, we would absolutely love that because we love you, and we want you guys to enjoy the rest of the No Prisoners podcast. But we ain't going to be running that on any of the other platforms anymore because, well, they just don't deserve to have some amazing content like this on their platforms. But Pilled.net does because it's made by Patriots, for Patriots. Free speech lives here. And we had the absolute honor of hosting Pilled exclusive for the debate last night. All sorts of content creators were covering that debate. So it was good to see so many people paying attention and firing off that ammunition in real time. So to everybody, again, that joined us last night, thank you. If you didn't get to watch it, go back and check it out. We limited the commentary pretty heavily and just kind of let them speak it out. And then, again, we're going to be breaking it down here for you today. As you can see on the left side of my screen here, I have plenty of examples of how we are going to demolish the mainstream media's narrative today. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and cut that, and we're going to play this quick commercial for the show, letting you guys know that, yes, indeed, we are Pilled exclusive streamers. We absolutely love it over here on Pilled, and we'll see you guys right after this.